Tapped in, tuned in, turned all the way on. This ain't just a vibe, it's a freak scene bomb. Ms.Blue in the building, oracle flow, cracking codes of the cosmos, now you already know. Yeah. Ride the wave, feel the light, it's frequency love tonight. Ms.Blue gon' take you higher, burning truth with sacred fire. Stay hungry. This is soul talk, rebirth from the womb. Say it with me, I can alter my course at any time. Tap in, turn on. Your higher self already logged in.
Oh, yeah. Welcome on in, everyone. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Welcome on in. Happy Friday. Also, I want to say shouts out to everyone, to all the Virgos in the building. Where are the Virgos at? Celebrating their born day. So happy born day to all the Virgos in the building. Wow, what a week. We're going to get started here in just a moment. I'm going to play some vibes for us, just some things to kind of get us in that mood. I don't know about all of you, but it's kind of, right now, it's kind of like being in between those spaces. I was thinking about, do I want to come on now or not? Do I want to kind of wait? The energy, have you guys been feeling it? It's been feeling a little wonky. A little wonky, especially as we get later into this evening. We'll talk about why, but definitely welcome on in. Hanging in there from Greensboro, North Carolina. I wanted to say South Carolina, but North Carolina. Let me know where you all are checking in from what state and what country. Okay, Mommy TJD is checking in from Arlington, Texas. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Good to see you all. One Mega Miss Little says, it's been a ride this week. Oh, yes, it definitely has been. We'll talk about that as well. But let's get into some of these vibes here. I'm just going to put something a little checking in from Clayton, North Carolina. Been to Clayton, North Carolina. Actually, my aunt was living there for a short period of time as well. Beautiful little, quaint little city, kind of tucked away there in the Carolinas. Beautiful part of the world. Mega Miss Little, hailing from the Marsh Islands, USA, San Francisco, is in the building. Greenville, South Carolina, welcome on in. You guys have upped your game and let me know that Lizard Man is real. New Brunswick, Canada, is in the building. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Wow. So we're going to listen to this and I'm trying to think of what I want to hear. Let's listen to this. Oh, yes. What good vibes. What good vibes. Welcome to everyone joining us on in. It really is, that beat right there for the energy that we are all feeling right now is really way ahead. I can honestly tell you guys, if I had to tell you how I was moving in this moment, it's almost a little bit of intentional slow motion. Just something real slow, something real smooth, something real kind of chill. And that chill energy is in the ear, but there's still sort of this energy inside of me that really just want to kind of want to get out. So anyway, welcome on in. I am Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle, and I am so glad to have you all join me here tonight. It is Friday night for where I am in the USA, checking in. Let me get this, you guys. It's a lot of stuff going on. Let me just say that. It's a whole lot going on. You're so welcome. See you guys checking in from all over the world. So here's a couple of things that we're going to do. Number one, I want us all to check in with ourselves. Let's get those likes up as well. I think it's tonight is pretty magical because if you're here and you're listening to this live, or even if you hear this afterwards, then there is a message here for you. Spirit kind of dropped that in my heart before I came on, and I could feel the frequency and this energy. Right now we're in alignment right now where a lot of things are changing in our lives. So in the last, and you all let me know, in the last 24 to 48 hours, if you've been reflecting over some things that you want to change in your life, like this could have been something you thought about many times over. You might have even promised yourself that you was not going to do this again, or that you would start doing this again, and that you would make some life-changing moves in your life. This is what I want you to do. I want you to type life-changing moves. If you've thought about a life-changing, a life-altering move you are going to make. Now, whether that's a frequency move, whether that's a energetic move, whether it's a physical move, but just been reflecting on from now on, and you might have even heard yourself give yourself that affirmation in that way. From now on, I will no longer do X, Y, and Z. From now on, I will start doing X, Y, and Z. Or I am committed to finishing something you started, something maybe you haven't started, but you've talked about. But you said, this is it. I'm doing this life-changing move. You made a commitment. I want you to know that that did not come out of nowhere. Number one, it came out of the work that you all have been doing. It came out of the work that you've been doing. You see, these last couple of days, or maybe even these last couple of weeks, it might have felt like I've been bombarding you guys with work back to back to back. Now, I know those of you who have been with me for a while, you know that that is something that I do. But I noticed a lot of you who haven't followed me for a while, y'all like, whoa, we got this challenge, we got that challenge going on, we got this going on, we got that. And it's not to bombard you with work, but it's really to put things in front of us. Sometimes we need more than just one calling for us to change. Change is sort of the hardest things my guides have taught me that humans like to do, is like they don't want to change. It's the hardest thing to do. And so these challenges are here because it's to get you into the practice. And I want to talk about what a practice is. A practice serves two purposes. One of the purposes of a practice is to get you into motion of doing something. Because see, when you practice something constantly and you are doing it, then you start to learn, you start to evolve, you start to expand. There are things that you're doing that when you first started your practice, you wasn't 100% sure, or maybe you didn't have the full understanding, or maybe you were still following the step-by-step process. But as you dove deeper into the practice, you started to discover new things about yourself, new things about the work that you're doing. You started to expand. You started to incorporate different things. So you do realize that doing the work, as we call it, in the spiritual community is about the practice. This is where you get your dividends at. What does your practice look like? What does your practice? Not when you're thrust into the moment where you have to take immediate action. See, there's a time where I could be doing a practice, and then there is a time where that practice becomes the actual work. And I don't think we talk about that enough in the spiritual community. We're not doing things just to systematically be doing them. You know, we're not doing this just out of habit. There is a reason why you're doing this, no different than when you're going to the gym and you have a workout regimen. And there's some days that you are working your arms, your legs, your upper body, your lower body. You are doing cardios, you are lifting weights, you are getting into the practice. But that's not where you reap your benefits. So a lot of times we don't like to do the practice because you're not really getting benefits. You know, the benefits are coming in very slow with the practice. It's coming in slow. Sometimes we don't even see the work that we've been putting in. I want you to think about the work that you've been putting in since last year, since last year. And then even go beyond last year. I want you to go back to like 2016. I want you to think about the work that you have been putting in as far as your practice. It's been slow and steady. And maybe even in your physical eyes, when you're looking at yourself and you're looking at your life, you have to get very still and quiet to be able to say, wow, I really have changed. Wow, I really have grown in this area. It's the practice. But someone who hasn't seen you in a long time will instantly walk up to you and they will either energetically notice or they will physically notice, oh, some things have changed. Your practice is working. Your practice is working. So I want you all to be very mindful of that, because a lot of times we don't give ourselves that acknowledgement of the practice. And then when something challenging or something difficult presents itself, we let all that work go out the window and we act as if we're starting from ground zero. But you are not starting from ground zero. You have a lot of clocked hours of work that you have been putting in behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, lived hours. I remember when they first started doing this in corporate America, and it was a big thing for those who wanted to go back to school and get continuous education, where you could start using your professional portfolio as college credits. And so if you've worked certain positions and you did certain jobs, you could actually turn that in, and that would turn into college credits. And it was a big deal for a lot of people who never had that opportunity to maybe have some sort of formal academia, sort of kind of training, or being able to go to uni or to a college that maybe for financial reasons or just because at the time it just wasn't something feasible to them. And so many people who were working at the companies and corporations I was working at that had been working there maybe fresh out of high school or, really early off in their lives or came in as an adult, they were able to take all of that time that they have put time, energy, and attention into what they were doing and translate that into something sustainable and meaningful for themselves, where they could see that all this work that I've been doing was for a reason. See, we have these landmarks of certificates and, diplomas and, sort of graduating from certain programs because it lets you know that, one, your work is not in vain. That's the first thing, that you were present, you were here, and you completed something. You finished something. It was done for you. And many of us need to see that because we have so many unfinished things in our lives. So I even seen that to be something of great significance in the work that I teach, in the work that I do. So again, shout out to everyone in the All About Frequency class who received their certificates as well, because it is proof that they have done the work and they have done the practice. But I want you to know that 2025, this is a graduation year. Is it a year of endings? Absolutely. It is a year of endings, because just like going to high school when it's time to graduate, that's an ending. That you're getting ready to step into a whole new world of beginnings. And so what you're feeling right now in your life, whether it's a high, whether it's a low, whether it's sort of this separation of a lot of background noise coming from your mind and not being able to settle in your heart the way you want to settle, it's because you are coming to an ending of some things. You're coming to an ending to get ready to come to a graduation. There's an ending. There is some things closing themselves out, but then there's some beautiful new beginnings that is opening themselves up. And you got to know that. You have to know that and remember that for yourself. And remember that. All right. So I'm going to be choosing some cards for us for this weekend from my Numerology deck. I know many of you have this deck, but I'm going to choose 3 cards for us here. And this is going to be based on the energy and the frequency. So let us all tune in for just a moment. And I want to say welcome to everyone joining us here in the live. Yeah, thank you for joining in. Thank you for joining in. So I hope you all are feeling good. I hope that you were able to get outside today and take in some of this cosmic breeze. No matter where you are in the world, it's some powerful cosmic breeze coming through the sky. And definitely, you know, when you get an opportunity, allow the touches of the sun to kiss your face, to kiss your body, because there's so many downloads that we are getting from the sun. We get downloads from the cosmic night sky, but we also get some powerful downloads from the daytime as well. So look at this. I want you to see the very first card we get, the vibe of opportunity. 921, the vibe of opportunity. And it says, use your positive thoughts and feelings and emotions and actions to manifest all that you want and need in your life. Isn't that one to grow on, especially with this energy? This is definitely one to grow on. This is one to grow on. Yes, you got some sun and you got some of the wind. Yes, I'm telling you, this cosmic breathe. This cosmic air that is here, it is filled with so many particles of light. So many particles of light with so much happening right now. We are right on the heels of coming. We're already into the vortex of the eclipse energy. And you know, the eclipse energy is coming to sort of bring darkness in. And then there will be flashes of light. And we'll talk about what that means. It's going to go dark, right? So we're in the point of where everything is going dark. And then there's flashes of light. And we've already got some of those flashes of light. And I'm going to talk about what that actually means. And look at this. Wow. You cannot make this up. The vibe of intuition. Look at that. 11. This is the portal. This is the gateway here. The vibe of intuition. And right now, your intuition is being heightened for you right now. Wow, that's right. It is the 20-year mark of Katrina, for Hurricane Katrina. Wow. Look at that. And we are in, those of us in the West, we are in hurricane season. Those of you in the North, you are going through your springtime. So it's a lot happening. The vibe of intuition. The vibe of intuition. And so it says, you are discovering your inner oracle. And that is so true. That is so true. Your intuition is being recalibrated to another level. We are becoming more multi-sensory beings on the planet. More multi-sensory. Let's get one more. Michael Jackson birthday. That's right. Absolutely. Shouts out to MJ. Oh my goodness. That's right. Ashe. Shouts out to MJ on this powerful day. You know, look at that. He actually came through last week. Look at this. 2332. The vibe of creativity. We just mentioned Michael Jackson, and then the vibe of creativity comes through. You can't really make this up. And it says, time to use your creativity to reach your goals. It is time to use your creativity to reach your goals. Okay. And I want you to think about that. Are you using your creativity to reach your goals? Not just your financial goals. I'm talking about your goals. Your goals for life, for your everyday life, not just one area of your life. Don't think of your creativity just as a way to make financial things, using your creativity in the way that you think, using your creativity of how you show up for yourself, using your creativity, how you heal yourself, how you go about your healing, right? In all aspects of your life, using that creativity in everything that you do, from how you dress, how you get up in the morning, you know, how you cook your food, how you eat your food, the people that you connect with. Are you using your creativity for your goals? This is what this is talking about. So we got 3 cards here. And I'm going to pull them back up so we can go back over, because I want us to pay attention and write these numbers down. And let's come back and let me know throughout the course of this week if these are coming up for you. Let's do a thumbnail. Let's do a thumbnail. So 921, the vibe of opportunities. Right here, number 1. And then next we had 11, the vibe of intuition. Right now, intuition, multisensory abilities is at an all-time high, right? And then next we have 2332, the vibe of creativity that is here, using our creativity. That's right. We are stepping into that. Soon we will be into September the 1st. Now, I do have a couple of announcements. Number 1, I want to say shouts out to everyone who has the Mystic Decoder, because we're going to be doing the live super bonus transmission call tomorrow. The email has already been sent out. Please check your email, the email you signed up for, because we're going to have that live transmission call tomorrow. I am so ready and excited about that. And so we're going to have that live transmission call. I put some bonuses as far as a phone screensaver for you to have. And for those of you working with the Galactic E-Files, the Mystic Decoder, you'll be able to tap in. And definitely you want to read that email, get there early. Seats are limited, but you will have access to the replay. So if you cannot make it to the live transmission, you will be able to go back and you'll be able to connect with it. Yes, chosen girl, I am so ready for it too. I am so excited. And then also for everyone who's a part of the futuristic activation call, you're going to have we're in Q3. Oh, I can't even believe it. We're going to be doing our live call. It's going to be on September the 1st. I believe that's Labor Day. I'm not sure, but it's going to be on September the 1st. We are going to be stepping into a one universal month, which is going to give us a preview of what it's going to be like for 2026. I got some gems for the Futuristic Activation Group that I'm going to be dropping that. You will get your email this weekend. probably on Sunday for those a part of the Futuristic Activation Group. You'll get that, as well as I'll send the text message out to the whole collective as well. So you'll be able to do that. So I know some of you are a part of both, which is great. So you'll have an opportunity. We'll be spending a lot of time together. So I am super excited for all of us on that. So I wanted to pull some cards from there, but I also want to talk about some of the other things that is happening right now. And I wrote some notes. Oh, you filling your screensaver. Well, thank you. I just wanted you guys to have that so we can definitely be in the, in the vibe of everything that is going on. So, here we go. I wanted to talk about it because a lot of the energy that we're under right now, I'm going to mention something. First of all, I want to send so much love, and I've been sending so much love to the family members, to the children, and to everyone who experienced or was a part of the shooting that took place at the elementary school. Very unfortunate situation, very sad situation, and love out to all of the babies, the children there, as well as those who made their transition and the family members. I'm not going to say too much about this here. I will be talking about it in other forms and other platforms due to the sensitive nature of what is happening and what has happened. But there were several different things that took place around that time frame. And a lot of it had to do with people who identified, they say, as a particular gender or transgender. I know even in Texas, in Austin, Texas, there was someone who jumped off a bridge or a facade of a bridge and then was hit by a car. Now, the real interesting thing is I was taking my vehicle to be serviced, and one of the service managers at the dealership was actually present when it took place. And she said something that was so, it just kind of stopped me in my tracks. She said, I wonder why would someone do that to us? And when asked, what do you mean? And she said, why would someone jump off a bridge into traffic to hit them and traumatize us that way? And I thought it was a very interesting perspective, but one that speaks volumes to where we are collectively. Because there was a time not too long ago where most of the world was so desensitized to these things that was happening and that was going on in the world. Do y'all remember that? It was like back-to-back things happening, and people just were so desensitized to what was going on. Things have changed because people have become more sensitized to what is happening. I'm going to change that word to people are becoming more aware. Hence, this why 2025 is the year of the Great Awakening, because people are waking up. They're waking up to different levels of consciousness of the world, of our interconnection that supersedes what we see on the physical and what is happening. This is also moving us out of the Kali Yuga era, and we are moving into the golden era. And this has a lot to do with, you'll hear the astrological talk of the planet of Aquarius, or that constellation. Many generations sung about the age of Aquarius, because this is the age when the power goes back to the people. It goes back to the collective. And this is where we're moving. We will see little unicorn moments where there will be a big push or a big wave of people waking up in their consciousness, and they will be coming in to push us forward into this arena of raising our frequency and expanding our consciousness to become more of what we like to say universal citizens on the planet. By the way, welcome to Isa Walker from Sweden in the building, and all of our international listeners. So this is where we're moving, where we are becoming more of a universal citizen. That means that what is happening on one side of the world or another side of the world, we no longer see it as has nothing to do with us. We see it as a collective impact, whether that impact is an impact of one that needs to change or something we all need to begin to embrace. And we will have more moments of these universal citizen moments that will start to come up because we have more and more countries that are outside of the US and other countries who are having some sort of say and connecting themselves in a more positive way about what is happening around the world, despite what they might want you to think about on the news and other forms of social media. So I wanted to call that to all of our attentions here. The other thing that I talked about in the predictions video, we're at this time where light is being shunned and things are being uncovered. And I remember I put a post up, and I can't remember the year, but I put a post up, and it was a discussion we were having very heavy at that time, and it seemed so provocative at the time and so controversial. But the post said, astrology is the new spirituality. And I got a lot of mail about that. Of people, having their own opinions, and they get to do that about what they felt that meant. Some people were excited about it. Other people felt very threatened by it. But our system that falls up under this umbrella of spirituality, and that includes religion, that also includes those of us who have moved into this era of some of our ancient teachings being revised and being relived again. That doesn't exclude us either. So I don't want anyone to feel as though this is a personal attack. This is about spirituality as all. We are coming into a new age of spirituality, like many ages have gone throughout the ages of spirituality. This is a time of spiritual awakening. And so during that awakening, what happens is anything that is not built on a solid ground, anything that where there is some hidden darkness cloaked behind a screen of what it is intended to be, there will be light shined on it, right? And that was one of the things that I talked about for 2024, for the 2025 prediction. And I don't know if you've heard, but in one of my favorite cities in the whole wide world, Durham, North Carolina, there was a big raid of a church where they found that there were these individuals who were being held against their will. They were being psychologically manipulated, and they were being used almost in a form of slavery to work for this ministry. But I want you all to stay with me because you're going to see how these threads are tied together with many different things that are happening. And they also found another church connected in Houston, Texas, and another church in Florida. as well. All three of them, millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. It is a cult that they have uncovered. Now, most of the time when you think about a cult, you think about some of the things in the past, like the people who put on all black and they wore the Nike shoes and they were waiting on the comet to come by. Or you think about the Jim Jones situation. But there are more cult-like things that are happening. Another very controversial subject that's going to come back up. I'm not going to give my findings here, but I will speak upon it. This was actually prior to me coming in the conscious community, but I was able to connect with a lot of people in this community, and it had a lot to do with Dr. Malachi Z. York, who, as far as I know, is still being held in a underground prison somewhere in Colorado, which I never knew that existed. You're going to see a lot of his work. You're going to see a lot of things come up. I would not even be surprised if they do not open back up his case to do another trial, to do some sort of retrial. But the attempt to open the case to do a retrial, from what I can see in the records, is they are attempting to retrial him, or they're going to allow that retrial to come because they want to bring more charges, not because they want to help him. And I think it's going to be another situation that triggers something that then he will get the opportunity to do another retrial. Now, I'm not going to go into my personal connections with the Nuwapian nation, right? Because it's been so long. My tongue is a little lazy. I may not be able to articulate it, but I have worked with, throughout the years, several people who have been a part of their group, and I've had some that had some very profound and positive experiences, and I have met some that has had some very traumatic and very disturbing experiences. And so it's very polarizing. I don't want to get into that tonight. I could tell you guys stories, but when that first happened, I didn't know much about the organization, but two of the lawyers had reached out to me at the time. And this is when I was doing the remix, and I did a show on it to bring a lot of things to light. So you're going to see a lot of that coming up with this recent church scenario that happened. You're going to see a lot of more information about Dr. York. You're going to see this information, sort of a re-emergence of this energy rising again. And sort of this cult thing. You're going to see people trying to classify things as a cult. There was another, what's her name? She did a lot of spiritual stuff. Her last name is Teal something. I can't think of her name right now. She's a spiritual teacher. She did a lot of things. I can't think of it. But the same thing they did to her, like they made a whole documentary on her, but then, you know, they kind of polarized it, and I haven't seen it. This is just from what I read. They kind of started it then and was trying to say that it was a cult-like following. Now, if you look at, that's it, Teal Swan, and they tried to do the same thing with her. You're going to see a lot of this energy is going to be coming up. Okay. you're going to see a lot of this energy coming up. So the point I'm trying to make to you here is that this is opening up a whole new level of what we understand as spirituality. And by the way, you don't have to be connected to something spiritual to be connected with a cult. You could literally be connected with a cult. You know, that's a group of people that can form together. They sort of have like minds and, you know, all of this stuff together. Like the nuances can go wide and far to what that is. A cult is not necessarily something negative. It is the actions and the behaviors that happen within the constraints of different groups and different like-minded collectives that disrupts it. Has nothing to do with a cult. You understand? So I want to bring that up because these are some of the things that's going to come up on the horizon. That's interesting. Do you think the real reason Donald Trump is calling for the National Guard is because the Anunnaki is coming to help us become better versions of ourselves, and Donald Trump is trying to stop that? Um, I can see where there is forces attempting to stop people from owning their power. I can see that. Now, here's what I will tell you about celestial beings or other entity beings. Number one, they're already here. They're not coming. They're here. That's number one. Number two, many of us are star seeds that are a part of some of these celestial beings, myself being one of them. I've always considered myself to be that. And this is why for many years, you guys will see the alien with me. So I'm not just talking about a green figure, you know, that's just our imagination with that. But we all know that that means that that's an entity or celestial being that exists or has some sort of connection with something outside of us being here. And this isn't just lip service I'm giving you. This is something I truly feel and believe in my heart. And I know that a lot of the inside information and things is because of that. But I also know that all of us are star beings and that we have come from many different galaxies and we are hybrids here. We are not full of anything. You know, many people think of us here on Earth as we are a part of an experiment, and that we are. We are in a part of an experiment. Some of us come from the star Sirius. Some of us come from other galaxies and other constellations, if you want to say that, that we don't even have a translation for the name. Back when I used to do soul sessions, and I still have them recorded, and some of you here might have participated in those soul sessions when I would take people under, deep, deep under. And this is before I even knew, I never knew about Dolores Cannon's work. This is way before I came into Dolores Cannon's work and didn't know she exists. And at that time, she probably didn't know that I existed. And I got this download to do this. And when I would take people under, they would go into their past lives and then they would go beyond their past lives. And when they would go beyond their past lives, they would tell me about different lives that they had in different places, on different planets and different dimensions. And they would come back with profound pieces of information. And I have all of these things that are recorded. You know, things that I remember way before I would say, I have been to the other side of the Milky Way galaxy. And this is when science was still saying There was nothing beyond the other side of the Milky Way, but I seen it. I seen the diamond planets. I seen all of these planets, and have traveled to all of these different places. And I actually put it up in the bio description on my Twitter account. That's why I won't change that. And I would say you can always find me on the other side of the Milky Way galaxy, because I've been there. I've been to the other side of the Milky Way galaxy. And one of the things me and Brother Bobby Hemmett would always talk about, he would tell me that he would go into the Milky Way. And if I ever wanted to talk to him, I could just come to the other side of the Milky Way galaxy. And that's where I still can connect with him consciously. And so what I'm telling you guys is where we are now and what we understand about this world. Some would call it a simulation, right? Or a hologram, whatever you choose to call it. What is making it real is the fact that you and I are here, and we have agreed upon this time of being here in this place and in this space. That's what makes it real. Never forget that. That is what makes it real. It's also what can make it very unreal to you. But nevertheless, we are changing. We are changing energetically. Subatomical particles. We are becoming more beings of light. This is why really I have been saying for some years, I'm not on a spiritual journey. I'm not trying to ascend. This is a journey of expansion. And if you start looking at your journey as one of expansion, looking as your journey as one that is filled with purpose, and I'm talking about, I don't even know how to articulate this, but I'll do my best. Purpose. I'm talking about purpose. I'm talking about that purpose inside of your heart that you can't stop. No matter what no one tells you, you are going to fulfill that purpose. That's your dharma. Okay. And some traditions will call it the dharma inside of you. Like, no matter what you tell me, I'm a still keep going for it. I'm still gonna, there's nothing that can make me lose hope. It's nothing that's gonna make me say, don't do it anymore. It's nothing that's gonna stop me from it. Nothing's gonna keep me from doing it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of times we have allowed man's laws to become spiritual laws, and it has got us twisted. And we can't find our way out of a paper bag. We're twisted in between those different laws. The importance of understanding purpose. You recognize that it is a forever expanding journey. What my purpose was 10 years ago and what my purpose is now is different. It changes. My purpose right now is to be present with you all and to give you the information, despite what I have so eloquently, and I can show you, so eloquently written down in my notes, is to give you what's truly coming through me, through my spirit and my heart. See, purpose removes you out of the way. You are pushed to the side. Your human needs are pushed to the side, and your higher self begins to take over, and you begin to move into that. That's how you get into purpose. And so I want us to start thinking about purpose in a different light. I want you to understand that there's different dimensions in purpose. I have a higher purpose here, but I also have a physical purpose when I'm being present as well. You need to understand that. There are different levels to your purpose. And no matter what you think you're doing or you're not doing, you are following a purpose. The goal is to be intentional about which purpose is superseding you. Is it the lower purpose? Is it the purpose that was built out of pain, out of, abandonment, out of mistrust, out of lies, out of being misinformed and miseducated? Is that the purpose you're moving in? Or are you moving into a higher purpose? We enter into this constellation that has a lot to do with Virgo energy, even though Virgo constellation is not always here. But in this energy, it's something very, very unique about this lens that we're living through in this Virgo energy, because it gives you an opportunity to fix it, to recalibrate yourself, and to align yourself to your highest and greatest intent. Not my highest and greatest intent, but your highest and greatest intent. And I think too many times we play with ourselves too much, and we play with our lives too much. And we miss these windows of opportunity. And next thing you know, 30, 40, 50, 60, a lifetime has gone by. Or the old shit happens. And now we ain't got time. We really ain't got time to try to chase a dream, because we done wasted so much time on things that don't even matter. They don't matter. Virgo season is also the season where you get an opportunity to manage your emotions and to understand that sometimes how you feel has nothing to do with what has to get done. Because again, we're not trying to win the little battles. We're in for the long haul, not for the short ride. Because the short ride can feel amazing once you get to your destination and have to get out and you realize you didn't really go nowhere. Then that's when it all goes awry. So don't give up your life for today. Don't give your life up today for a unforeseen tomorrow, because everything you do, you say, you take action, you don't do, you don't say today is what is creating your tomorrow. Now, I know I kind of went a little round there, but hopefully the point was made so that we can all start to look at our lives and look at things a little different. You need a purpose. That is what's going to ground you. That is what's going to anchor you. And you cannot be afraid to start asking yourself questions. Why didn't I do what I was supposed to do? Not whose fault it was, not who stopped you from it. Why didn't you do it? Why did you? Look at your decisions, the decisions that didn't go well. Look at the choices you made, the choices that were out of alignment. Look at all of them and ask yourself that question. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? And then ask yourself the question, if it happens again, what would I do? Would I change something? I used to tell people, they would say, Ms.Blue, based on everything you've experienced in your life, would you go back? Would you change anything? And I would say, oh, no, I wouldn't change anything, because if I changed something, I would not be who I was today. That is some bullshit. That is some real earth level bullshit. I would change quite a few things, and I would do quite a few things very, very different. If you cannot have that kind of honest conversation with yourself, then your growth is going to be real slow. It's going to be on the struggle bus. You're not going to grow. If you think that the only way you could learn what you learn is because of bad choices and bad decisions that you have made. Of course, we know you made some wonderful ones, but from them bad decisions, if you think that you wouldn't change anything, then I want you to know there is your future. You will keep making bad decisions. You will keep making wrong choices. You will keep doing things you go back and know you shouldn't have done, and you will not self-correct. And when you don't self-correct, there is another force. Call it whatever you want. Call it an enemy, call it a demon, call it the government, call it somebody, the haters, call it life. It will self-correct you if you don't self-correct yourself. Why? Because that is an agreement you made coming here. But you don't have to abide by the agreement. I want you to understand, you do not have to follow any of the agreements here. Absolutely none. Absolutely none. You don't have to follow no agreements. You don't have to grow. You don't have to do no self-love work on yourself. You ain't got to do none of that. You don't have to do any of that. None of it is required. None of it is required. You're not going to be punished. Nobody ain't going to come whoop you. They not going to put you in a corner for 2 weeks. They not fixing to do nothing to you. But you will live that experience of not fully embracing who you are. And so the self journey of coming and growing up on planet Earth, what our ancestors would say is know thyself. It's about you fully unearthing and remembering who you are and what you're capable of really doing. And so the mandate here is, are you going to be a person that comes here and you're going to be one of the, as our ancestors say, you're going to be one of them shiny ones? Or are you just going to fade to black? It's up to you. You could fade to black, baby. It's a lot of people who've been on earth and they have faded to black. No shade, no cap. They just faded to black. Okay, no problem. You faded to black. Uncle Johnny was here and he faded to black. It's up to you. Nobody ain't gonna talk bad about you. No more than they talking bad about you right now. Nothing's gonna happen. You're not going to be forced to come back down here. Nobody's not going to say, get back in that line. You're going to go back and do it again. That's not how it works. Soul contracts have been up since the Mayans calendar. Okay. Contracts are over. No, everybody is a free agent. What's his name that just left Dallas? Dallas let they number one stunner. They let their number one stunner go because they ain't had that. They couldn't run him his coins because he knew how much he was worth. What's his name? Saquon? Is that his name? Saquon? Let me know. You understand? Everybody's a free agent. People were saying, oh, he's not going to go nowhere. Dallas got him under a contract. Jerry ain't going to let him go. Saquon is gone. He got more coins and he's out of it. Why? Because there's no more contracts. No more soul agreements. Everybody is a free agent. Baby, you are free to move around. You don't like that family? Move around. You don't like that country you in? Move around. You don't like that state? Move around. You don't like that job? Move around. You don't like that friendship? Move around. You don't like that soul group? Move your ass around. Just move around. You are free to travel. You are free to move around. And that's what you got to understand. You are free to move around. Nothing is binding you. If you love somebody, I want you to cherish that. Cherish it. Cherish it, because that's your choice to love that person, to care about that person, to honor that person, to want to be connected to that person. Care about it. Okay, thank y'all. Y'all got the right name. Did I say his name wrong? Did I say? Was talking about that with my dad yesterday. Shador brother got cut. Shador brother got cut, but did he really get cut? He didn't get cut. He didn't get cut. He didn't really get cut. He let them know that this right here is because I choose to play. But what I'm not going to do is sit back and let somebody keep playing in my face. That's what he let them do. You know, my dad would always tell us, do what you can afford. He could afford to say, you put hands on me, I'm going to put hands on you. That's what happened. Plus, you know, they feeling some sensitive because of what their dad is going through. I don't even want to talk about Shador because they thought he was going to be, you know, the last man standing. But no, he's not. No, he's not. He makes more than some top NFL players combined before he even got to the NFL. And no, it's not about money. It's about the love of the game, because he knows that that's a part of his purpose. And see, they thought about letting him go, and then they realized that the real prize wasn't them picking him at the end, because they was trying to teach his family a lesson. They realized that while they thought they was being the player, they got played. And so they decided to keep him. Because number one, his jersey has outsold any rookie jersey, any jersey in the NFL in their history. He brings something to the game that the game is not able to bring to itself. See, that's the power of understanding your self-worth. And, you know, like him, love him, hate him. But Deion Sanders, I remember growing up and just watching Deion and his personality, his unapologetic self of playing the game and, you know, being in the league. And he's passed this on to his children in a very, very profound way. So, yeah, I know a little bit about sports, just a little bit. You know, my team is the Eagles, though, you know. My team is the Eagles. But you understand what I'm telling y'all. You are free to move around. You are so free to move around. I want us to understand that, and don't be afraid to move around. Don't be afraid to move around. Don't be afraid to take a chance on you. Don't be afraid to do that. Like, don't jump out here and run down the street butt naked. I'm not telling you to do that. But I'm telling you, have a strategy. Plan your exit. We were just talking about this. Plan and make your exit. When you know, I'm out. Okay, this job, I'm out. Start planning your exit. Plan it. Understand, plan it. You're only there. Everyone in your life is working for you. That boss you hate, them employees that, you know, you don't want to be around anymore. Everyone in your life is working for you. And when you start to kind of, you know, tune your lens to understand that everyone in your life is working for you, then try to understand why you paying them to act like that. Why am I paying you to act like this in my life? What is it? What is it that I paid you for? Let me go back and look and see why I am asking you to show up like this. Let me figure out why I need you showing up like this in my life. I need you showing up in my life like this for what? What is it that I needed to remember here about me? This is not a self-absorbed lesson. but it is an understanding that you can begin to start understanding from yourself. Oh, peace and love. Welcome to you, Karen, from Guyana, South Africa. Good to see you. That's right. Everyone in your life works for you. They on your payroll. They on your payroll. And when someone starts acting out real bad, know you gave them a pay raise. And you better know why. Why? Thank you guys. You guys love the background. Yeah. Thank you. Your girl got a lot of work to do. So I said, you know what? Let's green screen it tonight. Y'all like it? Y'all like it? My little oracle symbols over here. My little, let me see. My oracle symbols over here. My little oracle symbols. Oh, let's get, yeah, we gotta get it back together. There we go. So, yeah. So, yeah. So it's a lot. So again, everybody who's a part of the futuristic activation group, we're going to have a call on September the 1st. And everyone who has the Galactic E-Files and the Galactic E-Files and the Mystic Decoder, I hope you all have been working with your 7 sons because we're going to be tapped into that. I didn't know it was a green screen. Oh, well, listen, come through. You didn't know it was a green screen. I love it. Now I done messed it up. See, I got to, yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. We back. So what I'm going to do also is I wanted to talk to us about that, because right now, a lot of what you're feeling has to do with your heart and your mind. You understand? And remember, the mind is connected to the physical world. It's not that the mind is off and the mind is wrong, but the mind is tuned to the physical world. And so it's the part of you that keeps looking outside of you. That's what your mind does. So the mind is always going to take you outside. You could be trying to look deep within your heart, within your spirit, and your mind is going to want to take you out. And it's projecting from the external you looking in. That's why it's so judgmental. That's why it's so critical. That's why your mind is seen as the player hater, because it's taking a position that's opposite of who you really are. That's what the mind is doing. The mind is taking a position that's opposite you. And you have to remember that when your conscious mind, not your higher self, your conscious mind is speaking thoughts to you. And so that moment you get ready to do something good, and I'm not talking about someone else's morals and values. I'm talking about your own personal morals and values. You get ready to do something good, and your mind talks you out of it. Just like I was in the store and there was a sister girl in front of me, and she was getting her groceries. And then all of a sudden she went to swipe her EBT card and it didn't go through. So then she pulled out a credit card, swiped it. It didn't go through. Stay with me. And I heard pay for her groceries. Let me pull my glasses up. So I hesitated. I said, pay for her groceries? Because she had a lot of groceries. I'm not talking about 6. We wasn't in Express. We was in the full checkout line at H-E-B. And if anybody knows about the full checkout line at H-E-B, we know it's a lot of groceries. You can get, Express, you can get up to 20. So I said, okay, I'm going to pay for her groceries because I heard this. So this is where my mind and my heart is trying to figure out, me, the Oracle. Did you say pay for her groceries or pay her groceries? So I'm kind of going through the motions. Like, am I hearing correctly? So just as I get ready to go in my purse, get ready to pull out my card and say, ma'am, don't worry about it. I'm going to pay for it. The cashier looks at her. She looks at the cashier, and the cashier says to her, you gonna come back? And she looks at the cashier, stay with me, and she says, if I can get somebody else's card. I said, wait. Wait, if you can get somebody else's card. But then I thought, and I felt bad because I said, Blue, you're being judgmental because it doesn't matter what she got going on with those groceries. You heard pay for that girl groceries and you didn't do it. So she pushes the stuff to the side and she goes and she walks out the store. And so I'm standing there. So the girl's ringing up my stuff now. Deep, 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 deep. And I get ready to put my card in it. And I'm feeling so bad because I'm like, did I judge her? I feel like I judged her because the Oracle in me knew it was something slim shady going on. But that wasn't my business. I heard pay for the girl's groceries and I didn't do it. So I felt bad. I felt bad, y'all. Like, seriously, I felt bad. So I was like, I honestly judged her. Even though I was right, I judged her. And you just never know. Why did you hesitate, Blue? You should have just whipped that credit card out. You should have said, you know what? Let's go ahead and pay for it. So anyway, I had to go back to the store later on. I go back into the store later on. I'm in HEB again because, you know, if you know, you know. If you in Texas, you know, we love HEB. So I go back into HEB. I said, I'm going to find somebody that I can make up for and pay for their groceries because I shouldn't have judged that girl. Even though that girl was over there running some kind of scam with some EBT cards, it didn't matter. If I heard pay for the groceries, I should have not judged her and paid for the groceries. Okay, this really happened, y'all. So anyway, I'm in the store and I'm trying to look for somebody to pay for their groceries. So I'm standing there. There is this older gentleman in front of me. And all of these thoughts are going through my mind. He turns around and looks at me and he said, hey, sweetie, I'm going to pay for your groceries. I kid you not. He said, I want to pay for your groceries. I said, oh, no. No, sir. It's okay. I got it. He said, no, I want to do it. So I said, okay. I only had a few little things. He paid for my groceries. So now I'm feeling double bad because I'm like, wow. See, it could have been that easy. You could have paid for this girl's grocery. Now you up in here, you don't even need nobody to pay for your groceries. And now you got this old man, somebody granddaddy, offering to pay for your groceries. See, no, Blue. Then I got in the car and I had a talk with myself. And I said, now you judging you. That was a blessing. You judging you. You judging you. You can't judge you either. So anyway, that was my full circle moment. I want you guys to tell me yours down below. So he ended up paying for my groceries. It was like $30-something. He ended up paying for my groceries. So, hey, I guess all is fair, right? The universe will always give you a chance to come back and, kind of do something different. I brought cars and buses for people being led. That is so beautiful. And I have done it too. I paid light bills. I done paid, I don't know if I want to say that one. Y'all will probably judge me. I done paid people's child support for them. Brothers that couldn't pay their child support. I done helped them with their child support. Like I done did it. I'm sure we all have done all kinds of things. But you opened the door for the gentleman, yes, to have his blessings to come back. I absolutely did. But yes, the moral of the story, that's right. Thank you for that, Quan. Buy the groceries. Did he try to get my phone number? I didn't give him a chance. I didn't give somebody granddaddy the chance. I didn't give him a chance. But I'm gonna honestly say, no, I think he just wanted to do a kind gesture. So the word that I want to give to you is that if you hear pay for their groceries, just pay for the groceries. Just pay for the groceries. Just do it. Don't judge people, because then you'll end up trying to judge yourself. Like, I'm really having this conversation with this old man. Like, no, sir. No, I don't need you. No, maybe find somebody else. I'm doing all of this. For what? For what? For what? And I will say this. I'm not always moved to do it. But I also say trust yourself, because she was doing an EBT scan. And how do we know that she wasn't stealing EBT cards from somebody who really needed that part? See, y'all ain't think about that part, because see, my oracle senses went up and was like, nah, hold on. Pay for groceries or pay for groceries? You pay for someone's food who wronged you. I'm telling you, we all have been moved. We all have been moved in so many different ways. Why am I telling you this? Because this is the week coming up where these kinds of situations may find their way into your life. I'm not telling you to go out there and just, buy a cart full of groceries. Don't try to be a Ms.Blue. But if you truly hear it and it's authentic, and your oracle voice don't come in and tell you something different, because baby, listen to that one too, right? Do it. That's right. Or the children need to be fed. That's right. Because the babies are going back to school. Speaking of which, y'all do know our education system in the U.S. is failing. You do know. And there's probably going to be another big wave of parents who are homeschooling their children. And I have a word for parents who are choosing to homeschool their children. May the Most High bless you. And may you be wise enough to go get help. Because half of you are not capable of teaching these children. So please look for communities where others homeschool their children. There's a lot of educators who no longer work in traditional systems, and they are having school pods where the children will either televise and come and do class on the computer, and they're teaching their children along with other children, or they have children come over to their house in a very small and intimate setting where even the parent or a parent can come and teach the children to be there. But don't you dare sit yourself down. And no, you can't even stay sitting still 20 minutes into listening to me and try to teach these babies when you know you can't manage your own life. Don't do it. Find somebody that really is going to give them what they need. Whether that's, checking in with some students who are in grad school that are really passionate and have a love for educating and treating and teaching children, and to let them, because some of y'all, I don't know, some of y'all don't need to be homeschooling your children. Let me see what you over here saying. Sherilyn, pretty eyes. I was asked to be the rich young ruler. I did give hundreds of thousands away, and I was led to you. And I also homeschool my girls. Schooled my girls are building me a house. Wonderful. See, y'all need to get with Sherilyn, pretty eyes. Cause she done did the good thing. She did the good thing. And a lot of y'all are homeschool mothers and fathers, because there's daddies that homeschool too. And and they are amazing. But some of y'all have no business. None. No business trying to homeschool these babies. No business. None. No business. None. Y'all don't have it. Y'all don't have it. Let them children get really, really educated, right? And not that they can't homeschool, because we know a lot of successful homeschool people, right? Who y'all know that was homeschool? That's very, very successful. The sister here, Sherilyn, pretty eyes, homeschool. John Legend was homeschool. He was a homeschool baby. Did y'all know that? Homeschool baby. Okay. So we done talked about everything from the Anunnaki. Here's the thing that gets me. Can I tell y'all? Can we speak honestly? I always wonder why we try to take earth problems and we try to project them outside of earth. You've been homeschooling since 2020. Look at y'all. I trust that y'all are great homeschoolers. Because, see, when I talk to them babies and they, when I talk to them babies and I go get one of them thick books you could get now at the dollar store, and I rip the cover off of it that says 3rd grade, but they in the 9th grade and they can't do page 1 through 7, we need to find somebody else. We need to find somebody else. Do your research. All the famous men. I did research, reading, writing, and basics. There you go. That's right. We got to make sure that when we're homeschooling these children, that we are really, we're not just doing milk and cookies all day till daddy get up, Community is so important with homeschooling. See, look at that. That's Dinah Maria. She said homeschool community. It's going to take a village. It's going to take a village. It's going to take a village. Quan said babies don't know red from blue, but we got them. That's right. That's right. Education does start in the womb. I agree with that. It does. But it also got to start with that mama and that daddy. Let's clock it. We can't bring the education in the womb if the seed and the sperm ain't got no common, right? We gotta start with the fundamentals. You want milk and cookies. You want milk and cookies? No milk and cookies. You know, there is a show that I did for mothers, and I can't think of the book. I've given this book out for years and years and years. It's called I had to write a paper on it in school, but it's a method that a doctor, a scientist, and a doctor wrote about how to birth a genius. Actually, the original book that I got from my son, which he is a genius, he can speak so many different languages and everything. And it really wasn't because of school per se, it was because of starting with the beginning. Um, but it's so many things that you can do to start reading to your baby. I'll find the show. I'm going to start playing some of my real throwback shows from like about 20 years ago and kind of put you guys on to all of those subjects I dove deep into. I still dive deep into them too. Listen, I'm going to pull some cards here. What y'all looking into? Liberated Minds Homeschool Collective in Atlanta. I love that. Yeah, there's a lot of, people who are homeschooling their children in a very, very holistic way to give the children, the babies, what they need. Yeah, I heard you guys do a Bernie Mac talking about him downstairs. Y'all want milk and cookies? Him downstairs. I know, Griffin. Oh my goodness. So look, I forgot what I was going to say. But anyway, I'm going to take some questions. This is kind of a live Q&A. I'm excited for us tomorrow, the live transmission of the Galactic E-Files. And again, congratulations. We had a 4-time sellout. I think that is a record. I know we had a 3-time sellout for the All About Frequency class, and now a 4-time sellout. I love it. I love it. Make sure you guys check your email and get that. Okay. Look what came up. Self-love. Self-love. Look at that. Self-love. The leaf there symbolizing the holistic aspect of self-love. Self-love is not just about making yourself feel good. Self-love is, really it encompasses self-esteem, self-confidence, courage, all of these different things. Self-love. When I talk about self-love, the foundation of self-love has to do with how do you speak to yourself, the internal dialogue that you are constantly having with yourself. What is that dialogue like? How are you speaking that dialogue? How are you speaking this dialogue? How is this coming across to you? When things the cards are backwards, are they? When you say backwards, what you mean? Tell me what you mean. Tell me if it's backwards now. Let's see something. Is it still backwards? Oh, now I'm backwards. Hell. Is it still backwards? Is it still backwards? Let me know if it's still backwards. I know you guys are a little behind, so I'm doing my best. Is it still backwards? No. It's correct? I think y'all playing with me. Is it correct? Well, hell, now I'm backwards. Okay. All right. Yesterday, a cashier made a mistake and I almost filled my tank up with somebody else's gas. Oh, you know what? I give y'all a theory and y'all run with it. Y'all just run with it. Okay, so here we go for the weekend. Self-love. The card is backwards. The card is backwards. Okay, let me see if I can help y'all out with the card being backwards and me being backwards. Because you know the camera thing is a trick. Okay, I'm good now. So here we go. So here's the card. Somebody asked me, these are cards that I made. It is called the Remix Radio Deck. But here we go. Self-love. See that? It's letting you know it is the fundamental, it is the foundation of life. The fundamentals, the foundation of life. Self-love. How do you talk to yourself? How do you speak to yourself when it's just you? I look funny on this side. I don't like it. You know, they tell you don't change the camera, but I do. Like, see how I'm sitting now? I look like I'm sitting straight, but I'm sitting crooked. I'm sitting crooked in the chair. But that's all right. I'll be crooked for you all. Are they available for purchase? I will bring them back out. I'll bring them back out if anyone cares. All right. So here's the next card. This is the energy for this weekend. I don't know if you can read it. Can you see that? Clean your energy. I don't know who gave me a thumbs down, but how about thumbs down to you too? Clean your energy. Know that insight will come to you within 36. Listen, that's why you don't put me on when I'm too close to Scorpio energy. Don't put me on because I'm going to tell you something. Somebody gave me a thumbs down. Thumbs down to you too. Here we go. I don't know why this camera won't get this straight. There we go. There we go. Cleanse your energy. So we got a theme going. Hey, healing pools of love. We got a theme going. Self-love. Thank you for that, Princess Fula. Self-love and clean your energy. Ooh. And I love this. I love this card. One of my favorite in the deck. Okay, where are we going, camera? Where are we going? Okay, so you're saying that the cards are still backwards? Okay, so it's good. Okay, I'm going to leave it right here, you guys. Look at this. Raise your awareness. This is just what we were talking about. How to raise our awareness. Raise your awareness. Not me cleaning my energy now. I love that chocolate strawberry. And then, oh my goodness, look. The solar plex chakra came up to celebrate because this is really one of the seats of the souls. This is one of the seat of the souls. The solar plex chakra. Look at the light. Look at this shining. This is about, this is your emotions. This is where you hold emotions for yourself. We hold our emotions for the world and people in our lives, our mother, father energy, children, loved ones in our lives, things that we love, we hold that in our heart. But when it comes to us personally and how we feel about ourselves, this is in your solar plex. This is solar plex chakra energy. Okay. I love that for us. I'm going to put these. Yeah, I know. I'm zooming. I'm on my Zoom. Here we go. Self-love. This is the energy for this weekend. Cleanse your energy. Cleanse your energy here. It says insight will come in 36 hours. You cleanse your energy, 36 hours will come. And then raise your awareness. Raise your awareness. Okay. Well, it appears to be that half of y'all have your phone set like me, and half of y'all have your phone set like y'all. So don't worry, we're going to change it back in a minute. And then the solar plex energy, that's there. So now that we're done with that, we can go back the way I want it. There we go. Okay. We ain't got to worry about it because we got the cards. we got the cards. We got the cards here. We got the cards. We got the cards. So we got the cards. My new bestie and confidant is me and the past. What that mean? Your new bestie and confidant is me and the past. It's 111. Okay. In Canada. Burnswick, Canada. Yeah. Did y'all hear about that woman that claimed that her baby fell over Niagara Falls? She talking about she got dizzy and she dropped the baby. See, that's when they need to call the oracle. That's when they need to call the oracle. I just listened to the message if it's backwards. How is the message backwards? What are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? What's backwards? What's backwards? Yeah. Anywho. Welcome to everyone on in. Yeah, she said she got dizzy. And the baby, and she went close to the edge and she was about to faint and boop, threw the baby over. Yeah. Super chat. I accidentally hit thumbs down on the TV remote. Okay, Erica. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, because, honey, I seen that thumbs down. I said thumbs down. I know you lying. Thumbs down to you. Oh, well, it's good to know the TV remote is doing what it needs to do. That solar plex chakra cupcake. Yeah, that's a cupcake. I put a cupcake there. You know why? Because that symbolizes a celebration. And honestly, now that I think about it, I don't even know if that's a cupcake, but it is a candle inside of a tin that does have something to hold the light, something sweet. When I think about the solar plex chakra, it needs to be something uplifting, sweet, joyful. It needs to be something shining bright, right? Like a nice lemon meringue, in that cupcake. Just something to with a burst of brightness. So, yeah, You can envision it. I mean, if that's not your fancy, just imagine maybe confetti in there and it's just sitting the candle inside of it. But, the word I got today, be a Walmart greeter. Be nice, give directions, and yes. Are you a Walmart greeter? Are you? Are you a Walmart greeter? Are you? I do have an email address. Question the number 4blue@gmail.com. I know, Griffin. I know. I don't even want to talk about those things because it'll just put me some kind of way, you know? Some kind of way. But anyway, if you guys have any questions, I can answer some of the questions for you guys. Let me go back. I noticed y'all ain't say nothing when I told y'all about them churches getting busted up. Let me find out some of y'all was over there working. I know y'all wasn't. Nobody here better not have been. They said they was holding them people over there, not feeding them, punishing them. If they didn't get enough sales, they had them in like a call center type environment. I said, what? Say word? Say what? Say what? Yeah. Going on in North Carolina, Florida, and in Texas. And they think it's more. It's more. Walmart, be nice, giving directions, and move forward. No, I thought you were saying you were. I thought you were saying you were a Walmart creator. I just see the chat. It's moving fast. Ms. Blue, why is my left foot swollen? Doctors can't find anything. You want me to do a body scan on you real quick? Let me grab me a pen. I'll do a body scan on you. Sure, why not? Why not? If I can, without tearing up my whole office. Without tearing up my whole office, y'all. Let me do it. Okay. I don't know if I want to show you the drawing. Sometimes y'all be hurting my feelings when I be trying to tell y'all stuff. Y'all know I can't draw. I'm not a good drawer. Um, um, hmm, hmm, hmm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Okay. All right. Where you at, Nisa? Can you see that? Let me know if you can see that. I see you, Tashia. Yeah, y'all laughing at my drawing. That's everybody who's in the All About Frequency class. They got a big dose of it. Okay, you're here. All right. So here's a couple of things I want you to think about. This is your left foot in case you're wondering what this is your left foot. Um, a couple of things that I want you to think about because what has, yeah, something about my head. Yeah, yeah. You see the head part in there? So here's where I want you to take a look at. You see the head, that you see this region here, and then down here, you see this energy going down, and then this energy coming up here in your foot. This side of your body here, which is the right side of the body, there is some leaks, tears in your auric field. But I want to talk to you about it and then give you some things that you can do. Couple of things that's coming up, and I want you to go back about 11 months ago. I'm going to say that this really has been something that's been underlying, but 11 months ago really started to come into play. And what I see here is some sort of relationship, something was shattered within a relationship, like a broken relationship. Like there's a relationship that is broken. This is more of an intimate kind of relationship that is broken, that happened. There was some sort of disruption that came up within a relationship with you. That was quite devastating for you, to say the least. The other thing is, I want you to work on your self acceptance and not trying to prove that you're worthy to be in someone's life. I feel like a big part of this, of proving your worth, has a lot to do with your relationship with your father or the lack of father. Because I see your father, but he's kind of standing behind you, like standing in a doorway, which lets me know that he was in your life, or maybe you knew of him, but he wasn't a significant pillar in your life. And even if he was there, he was not active in your life. And so there is this energy around the masculine energy and this acceptance that from a very young age you have attempted to foster in your life in a very, very profound way. Talk to me. And again, you don't, just, take what feels right for you and your soul, and what doesn't, you can leave. Yes, father issues, but I used to be a daddy's girl. Yeah. So there is this disruption, and that disruption has now translated itself that when we have archetypal energies like our mother and our father, when something happens within these relationships, we carry it energetically into our personal relationships. So often, if we have challenges with our mother, in our lives, whether that was an early challenge from a childhood or even going into teenager and adulthood, then we will have challenges with other women in our lives. Same thing with our fathers. If we've had challenges or had some sort of disruptions between our father, then we tend to carry that, whether we're men or women, in our relationships and connections with men in our lives. In your case, you kind of got a little bit of both that has happened. But the other thing is, I want you to really work on self-acceptance because you have done so much work and you have such a beautiful spirit and such a kind heart that often what happens is that people take your kindness for a weakness and they take advantage of you. And this, like your family, is not escaped from doing this as well. This has been people close to you, and this has been people who don't know you. They tend to kind of feed off of you needing this sort of acceptance from them, and they kind of take that as a weakness. And so energetically, what is happening when you think about the left side of the body is the feminine side of the body. It is how you receive. Our self-acceptance is how we receive. Can you receive a compliment? How do you feel about me speaking about you in this way? Do you shy away from recognizing who you are to the point where you have stopped self-acceptance, meaning you don't accept yourself, you don't have that self-acceptance where it needs to be for you, and you don't accept the self-acceptance from others. So you're in a stagnant position. Whenever we're at a crossroads, that's what this is. See this down here? I know y'all can't tell, but that's a crossroads. Whenever we're there, energetically, what that does is it causes energy to become stagnant within our body. And so what's happening right now is that your lymphatic system is not flowing smoothly. Your lymphatic system is kind of like the sewer system. It's what flushes everything out within the body. And so you need to work on your lymphatic system. I would recommend that you do dry brushing. And there's tons of videos out there. You can go on YouTube and, get you a nice loofah. And before you get in the shower, you can dry brush. And that's going to help you. And as you're dry brushing, I want you to allow yourself to be open to receive, even if it's no more than you saying, I am here to receive all of the goodness that life has for me when you're dry brushing yourself. And then when you're rinsing yourself off, you are allowing yourself to be that vessel of light, of a reflection of others in your life, to let you know that you are going to make space for them. You are going to make room for them to come into your life. And that it's not about trusting them. It's about trusting yourself, because that is there. So when you find that your emotions are going up and down, up and down, up and down, this is impacting how fluids run in your body. I have another thought here, so hold on. I'm gonna get you. And somebody's grandmother is coming through. I seen it in chat, and now she's talking. So give me a minute. But here's some notes, and I'm just gonna give it to you, some quick notes. I have a new body, Gasha, that I can use for the lymphatic drains. That's perfect. Yes. So you're already on it. Your intuition is already telling you what you need. I would recommend that you also go have a professional work on your body and do a lymphatic flush for your whole entire body, because this is going to help you move your lymphatic system. For all of us this week, we are going through a major upgrade, and fluids are going to want to be released from your body naturally. But remember, fluids hold knowledge. It holds memories, and it's flushing away all of these thoughts and memories that has been holding us back. And so we really should be mindful of this energy coming into this week because it can be very, very helpful. So you may see that you're going to the bathroom a lot, that you are dispersing a lot of fluid. This is the body doing its natural release from within. So a couple of things that I would give you spiritual counsel on. Stop chasing acceptance. And I want you to double down on your self-love, because within that self-love comes self-acceptance. And then the other thing is I need you to heal those issues with your mother, because these issues with your mother is there. The issues with your father, you're very forgiving of your father, not as much this connection between you and your mother. And I want you to know our father is where we get our timing, but our mother is where our intuition comes online. That's why we say father, father, time, right? And the mother in knowing. And I want you to understand. So that left foot, the other sensitive area I need you to put your eye on, put your eye on, put your center on. You tend to hold your emotional trauma and your wound, and your wounds within your womb, within your physical womb, your yoni. And so I need you to dive into some yoni health, because this also is pivotal. It's pivotal right there in that. I see some energy within there, lots of energy, because this is your dumping ground of where you dump your emotions. And so for that work, I would tell you, check out Queen Afua's book, Heal Thyself. That's a great one. And she has one on the womb health. I want you to check that out. I also want you to get into the practice of laying hands on yourself. We don't touch ourselves enough. We want everybody to touch our bodies, but ourselves. But I need you to start touching yourself. And also, lastly, because I'm going to give you this here, your left foot is about how we move forward. If you notice, when you see statues, particularly coming out of ancient Kemet or Egypt, you will see it left foot forward, because the left foot is what we lead with. And right now in your life, you're unsure of how in your relationships, how are you going to move forward? What does that look like? What does that space look like for you? What does relationships look like? You're hesitating to move forward. So there you go. That's your body scan. That's your read. That's your read for you. And yeah. All right, my love. Let me know. Take what resonates. And then I think someone else had a question, but I'm not sure. Someone said something about their grandmother. Let me go back. Let me go get this sister. There she goes. You're so welcome. Is it Nisa? Nisa? Thank you, love. Thank you. So there you go. So self-love, you got to upgrade your self-love talk, how you talk to yourself, how you speak to yourself. I want you to really, really do some work there. Someone said something. Someone said their grandmother just passed away. I don't know, but you guys put your next question in. If you put Q and then like semicolons, then I can find the questions. Okay. Then I can find your questions. That's how we're going to do it. We could try something else, but I don't know if we up for it tonight. Maybe we'll do the call in another night. Oh, why y'all talking about my? Oh, I went all the way back up to the beginning of the chat. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm so goofy. Let me let me let me go. Let me go all the way down. Somebody said I love your theme song. I said, wait, what? Oh, thank you, love, for the super chat donation. Thank you so much. Yeah. Get into the dry brushing. Yes, I think all the gua shas, I think they're amazing, but often we ain't as skilled as we think we are. Ain't nothing like a little gentleness of a dry brush, baby. Ain't nothing like a good old dry brush. Nothing like a good dry brush. I promise you. You'll feel like $1,000,000. Okay, I'm going to get this question next. And yes, I see you guys and I will get to your questions. I suffer from debilitating migraines. What are their causes and how do I heal it? Well, I'm going to tell you this. I have worked with clients for the last 15, 20 years. And let me tell you something. Hold on. The main thing when it comes to migraines, it has to do with not listening to one's intuition. And so you suffering from debilitating migraines is because you are a highly, highly intuitive being that is afraid to listen to your intuition, to what it's really telling you. And so it's a denial of one's own power. That's what a migraine is. And so it's about, I can tell you this, that you've had some situations in your life, like all of us, but I want to talk about it specifically when it comes to you, is that when you were young and you were a child, you were often silenced, maybe not in a very violent way, but you were really sort of silenced to be able to speak and express yourself and your thoughts. And that sort of kind of turned your inside world in. And so you keep a lot of things to yourself, but you are really, truly highly, and I'm telling you, I'm looking from within, that you are very, very psychic, very, very intuitive, but you block that out, that part of yourself. You're just now learning how to trust that. And you also have silenced your own voice due to some circumstances and situations that has happened within your life. I also feel like you were a witness to something that maybe very few people know about, and that you don't tell people that you witness. You witness something that happened, like a crime or somebody committing something that, like a family secret, like you witness something that many people don't know that you know. And sort of these individuals, these people are still around. They're still alive, most of them. And you've held this in within yourself. And it's made you sort of play small in your life and kind of put yourself in the background because you don't want to be responsible for knowing the truth. And so what you're going to have to come to grips with is the truth, and not be afraid to speak the truth. In a past life, sweetie, one of your past lives, you were killed for telling and speaking the truth. And so in this life, you hesitate to speak the truth if you know that it will it will affect someone else's life. And so you tend to hold things in and keep them within yourself. But I see a flash of you witnessing something. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. And listen, get it out, put it in a journal, write about it. And I want you to practice with your intuition. You need to start training yourself to listen to your intuitive voice. And you need to start training yourself to speak truth about yourself, truth about what's happening, truth about what's going on, and not sort of stuffing it down within yourself, but really having the courage to speak your truth. And you can start with just simple things within your life. So do some automatic writing. If you need to put on some music and just sit down and write it out, because you need to get this out, because you witness something. You witness something that it's quite devastating. I can see it right now that this thing that you know, it is plaguing you, but it's not the first time. And you need to raise your frequency. So whenever your intuition is speaking to you, it is not through trauma. But right now you have trained it since you've been young, and since these different points of inception and other things that's happened. I'm not going to mention them here because, yeah, you asked me for a reading, but I don't think you want me to read you like that. But you know what I'm talking about. So you can get these things out, because you need to get them out so your intuition will come out. So whenever you have a headache, this is what I want you to do. I want you to take your hand, rub them together, place them over your head, and tap here. I am safe, I am loved, and I deserve to be here. Take your hand, put it over your solar plex, and repeat the date. Repeat the month, the day, and the time, right? Like, for instance, it is Friday, August the 23rd, 2025. I am here now. And affirm to your spirit, your soul, your body, that you are present and you are safe in this time. So you can bring yourself back here. Yeah, but get you a journal. And I need you to start writing these things out. Write it out, because the more you hold it in, this is what's happening. Your intuition is speaking, and you're trying to do everything, unconsciously, of course, to not know. You know, you'd rather not know. Like, don't tell me. I don't want to know. And this is what your energy is saying, but your intuition is telling you things. And by the way, there are some things coming up for you that you're going to need your intuition, because it's really asking you to be true to who you are. To be true to who you are. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. But there you go. There you go, love. There you go. There you go. All right. Let me see. My grandmother, I think this is the person. My grandmother just passed. I just wants to know if she's okay. She was trying to tell me something. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say condolences to you and your grandmother passing. So it's a couple of grandmothers here. But I'm going to say this is your grandmother. And I feel like this is your grandmother on your mother's side, please. Let me know if this is your grandmother on your mother's side. of the family, please. Let me know, the Divine Empress, if this is your grandmother on your mother's side. Let me know. Much gratitude to you too. Thank you, love. Let me know. Let me know if this is your grandmother on your mother's side. And I'm going to go with this notion because I feel like this is giving mother energy. But interesting enough, she's your dad's mom. I don't know why I'm picking up on your mother's side of the family. Is your grandmother on your mother's side of the family? Is she still with us, please? Let me know. You said this is on your dad's side, but tell me if your grandmother on your mother's side is still with us. Let me know. And I'm going to give you some evidential stuff here in a minute, but there is a message for you, and I know this message is for you. So, yeah, let me know. Let me know if your grandmother on your mother's side, but there are a couple of them. Yeah, okay. So, but let me know if your mother's mom is still with us. That's why we need the phone lines, because I need y'all in real time. Yes, my mother is here, but my great grandmother's is not. Okay. We're not going to the great grandmothers. We with the grandmother. So let me tell you this. The grandmother that is coming through is a grandmother that used to complain all the time. Everything was wrong. Everything was wrong with her life. Everything was wrong with what was happening. Everything was wrong. Everything was wrong. Nothing goes wrong. So put it this way, she was a natural complainer. Who is this grandmother that's coming through? And this grandmother is what I would like to call between dimensions, meaning before she passed, she was kind of in and out of consciousness before she passed. And that kind of led to some of the self-pity and the complaining and not wanting to leave, not wanting to go, not wanting to leave, having this energy prior to leaving. Let me know. Let me know. I'm trying to tap in. Let me know. And I'm gonna tell you. Oh, thank you, Princess. Thank you so much, love. Thank you. Thank you for that super chat. The Divine Empress, let me know. If that's not her, that's certainly fine. Just let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. That sounds like my great grandmother on my mother's side. Was she this? But this is someone who passed recently. Let me also ask you this, because you said you felt like your grandmother on your father's side was trying to tell you something, but my dad's mom just passed away. Her funeral is tomorrow. Okay. And so were you too close? I see that there was distance. Either you lived somewhere different from her or she was somewhere different from you. I see some difference. It's a lot of missing pieces here. A lot of love, but a lot of missing pieces happening here tell me about these missing pieces, because there are some missing pieces that is going on that I'm picking up within this family structure and your grandmother. So let me know. Oh, yeah, that's a big one, Fetty. But yeah, we can look into it if we have time tonight. Yeah. I just want to try to get this Sister D Divine together. I want to make sure I have the right. You do have several people on the other side. So, yes, but I didn't go over often. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. She was a complainer too, but she was a funny lady. Oh, I ain't even get to the rest of it. She really was, but she was a big complainer. This is what she brought through to me. Big complainer. And what she was attempting to tell you is because there was a recent situation that happened with you not too long ago. A situation that happened between you, listen at me real close here, D Divine, where there was some sort of falling out with you and some of your friends or a close friend based on some she said, he said, she said, they said, we said, I said stuff. Tell me if you can relate to that, because your grandmother has a message for you. Your grandmother has a message for you. I'm waiting. Thank you all for the super chat donations. I'm trying to tap into this sister if I can get to her. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if she's still here or if she's typing. I know the chat is slow. Let me know. Okay. I'm going to consider that that she is gone. I just want to make sure that we got. She said nothing comes to mind right now. Well, I'm going to give you the message. I'm going to give you the message, and I want you to take what feels. You said you did have something, but it's been some years. No, this would have been kind of recent. I don't think it's in the future, or it could be something brewing. But the message your grandmother was attempting to give to you is to stop living your life for other people. This is going with the theme of the last sister. Stop living your life for other people and make sure you're living your life for you. Stop living your life for other people. Because, again, you have a big heart and you like helping people, but you only like helping certain kinds of people, which is nothing wrong with the kinds of people you like helping. But your grandmother is really stressing to you, do what you love and let it come from your heart, not because of what someone thinks or feels about you. Meaning, just because these people say they're your friends or they like you, everyone who say they're your friends or connected with you is not your friend. And then the other thing you have to learn is you have to learn how to be a good friend. because you've had not so good friends in your life. But she loves you. She loves the whole family. And she says everybody knows she was ready to go. She had been ready to go. And I feel like there's a whole welcoming party on the other side that was there for her. I even see someone there. She's holding their hand like it could have been her child, who might have passed away at a younger age, or someone she had as like a child. But there is someone who is like a younger person there that came for her, as many other elders. Very wise woman. She was a complainer. She had become very disenchanted in some of her years with the world and the way things were going and the way that people were doing things. And she made no bond. She held nothing back when it came to how she felt about how people did things in this world. Yeah. Oh, that was your aunt. Okay. Your Aunt Liz. Yes. So she was there to greet her. And that made her so happy that she could see her child there with her, because she knew that she would meet many on the other side, friends and other family members. But that's what she came back. And no, she's not upset because you didn't spend a lot of time with her. She loved you. She loved all of her family, everyone who's in her family, despite all of the things that happen. And she's going to be front row and front center tomorrow for her going home ceremony. I see that there was some sort of thing about where she was going to either be buried, or who was going to take her to the burial, or something about the burial. And she's laughing about that because she really doesn't care. But she's excited to see who comes and who shows up. But don't worry, you'll hear more from her, because she definitely is going to be the family's sort of kind of very active guardian angel. But that's her message she wants you to do, is to absolutely stop calling people your friend who ain't your friend, and to really, really don't be afraid to be a good friend, be a good daughter, be a good cousin, be a good person, because that's who you are, and not because of what's going to come out of it. And that's her message for you. Yeah. And just so you know, and you may be aware of it, is that you're in the midst of a Kundalini rising happening within. So make sure you're getting plenty of rest, drinking plenty of water, getting plenty of fluids, and loving on yourself, taking time alone with yourself, with your thoughts, with your feelings, because you tend to stuff them down and not really express yourself and let people see that vulnerable side of yours. So there you go. My love to you and condolences to the whole family. Your grandmother is a riot. You have to talk to her. She's a riot. And she's a riot. And she's telling me everything in the world that was wrong with her, that happened, that what people did to her, what they said. And she's a riot. She's a riot. Uh-oh, my light just went out. I hope your grandmother ain't cut my light out. Tell her I need my light. I need my light. Yeah, I think she cut my light out. Yeah, she cut my light out. She cut it out. She cut it out. She cut my light out. She cut my light out. Yeah, she cut my light out. She ain't like that I said she a complainer. That's all right. We gonna cut it back on, Granny. It's all right. You can be a complainer. I still love you. Yeah. She's letting me know that she was a church woman too. I told her that's fine. She could be a church woman. I told her when Jesus come get, let me stop before she cut my light out again. I asked her, did she see Jesus? That's when she cut my light out. I said, did you see Jesus? She cut my light out. So we're going to leave her alone. She can... y'all think I'm playing, but I'm serious. She cut my light out when I said that. Because she was over here telling me a whole bunch of stuff. I said, well, did you see Jesus yet? She cut my light out. She said, stop playing with me. Don't play with me, girl. So you can let everybody know she cut Ms.Blue light out. That's a first. She cut my light out. She said, I'm going to cut your light out. You over here talking about Jesus, I'm going to cut your light out. But no, she gets it. She gets it now. She understands. Oh my gosh. She understands. She understands now. She understands. She cut my damn light out. I'm not going to play with your grandmama no more tonight. We're going to move on to the next question. We're going to move on to the next question. I'm sorry, you guys, but one thing about me, a lot of times, let me tell you this. It's not that I can go in. I can definitely go in. I can read without you telling me anything. But a big part of this work and what I have learned, it's so much more empowering when you guys surrender. And so I know what you're thinking. So Ms.Blue, what are you talking about? Like you're not actually talking to us. I don't have to actually talk to you. Energetically, I can tell when you're holding back and you're not open. You understand? And I understand why, especially when we're talking about someone as precious as our loved ones. But I want you all to be involved in the process because what I do, it's not special. We all have the ability to communicate and connect with our ancestors. It's what I teach in my classes and what I have taught in all of my digital products and all the things that I've done for over the years. But a lot of times we're kind of afraid, even if we don't know what we're afraid of, we're afraid to say, is this really a message coming from my grandmother? Your grandmother has talked to you. The Divine Empress knows. She knows that when she gets up in the morning, right after she found out her grandmother passed, she could feel her grandmother's presence in the room with her. That's real. Like all of these things are so real. Many times when our loved ones pass, they will show themselves in someone and they will bring someone forward so you can see them, and someone will give you that and say, I was in the grocery store. I could have swore I just seen her walk past me, or I seen someone. They will show up. They will show up in music. They will show up in different avatars. They will show up to let us know that they are still alive. Now, this whole thing about heaven and hell, and of course, no one really knows until we're on the other side, but I can tell you with the many of souls that I have spoken with and have come back with evidential evidence that life still exists beyond this veil, is that they all get to go to their version of what we call heaven. It's the ancestor realm. They get to do that. They get to go to that ancestor realm. They get to go there. Very few souls, like less than 1% of souls are stuck. So those days of souls being stuck is long over, despite what sometimes people will tell you. So I want you all to know that. Invite them into your dreams and have them to come show you. Ask them to show you a sign or a symbol and give them that sign or symbol that you want to see, and they will show up for you. They will show up for you and they will be there. So let's see. Let's go. We're going to go to Righteous Flame because I don't know if this is the next question or not. Righteous Flame says, can you help me with the vision I got on August the 3rd? It was my first that I felt exclusively undistorted. The details are heavy and potential to save people or not. I'm perplexed. Well, two things. You got a vision on August the 3rd. Sis, it's August the 30th. When you gonna save them? That's my question. You mean to tell me you got a vision that can help save people on August the 3rd? Here we are. It's August the 30th and you ain't did nothing? You ain't said nothing? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what we doing. What we doing. But let me see if I can help you out energetically. And I'm going to tell you this story first. And then while I'm telling you this story, I'm going to tap into your records here and see this vision you have. And earn a bud. I'm not ignoring you, but you weren't the first person to ask a question. So I'm going to need you to pipe down. That's what I'm going to need you to do. Nobody is ignoring you. I know that would fit into your whole motif over there. But nobody is ignoring you. But people have been asking questions before you even got here. So just kind of pipe down and wait your turn. Just wait your turn. The timeline is October, and I try to warn people that are directly involved. Okay, well, a lot of shit gonna happen in October, sis. So a lot of people are getting visions about October. So that is in alignment. But here's two things. No one person is going to get a vision to save the world. That's not a responsibility that one person will get. But here's what I can tell you. If you got the vision, then what I want you to do is to go back in the vision, because this hasn't manifest. A vision doesn't mean it's prophetic. It doesn't mean it's prophetic. There are visions, and I've talked about it on here, even with my own children and other family members, because certain people, if you have a certain kind of connection with them, you can go in the vision and you can change things. There's other visions that you can't change. It's not for you to change, because every soul on this planet is powerful beyond measure. No soul leaves before their time, and no soul comes before their time. So I want you to keep that in mind, because sometimes telling somebody something, yes, if it's someone close to you, if it's someone who trusts you and that they can receive, because the Most High is not going to give someone, a stranger, a vision to give to me that they know I'm not going to trust. Does that make sense? So me walking up to a person on the street saying, oh, don't go out Tuesday at 10 o'clock. Something bad's going to happen. The chances of you listening is very slim. But if I have a connection with you, if you are a family member, if you are a friend of mine, if you're someone who's connected to my life, and I tell you, don't go out Tuesday at 10, something's going to happen. You may be more inclined to listen. But if you're just a stranger, no, it's not even designed to do that way, right? Not in most cases. But what I will tell you, go back into that vision, because if you were given the vision And if it can be changed, then you can go back in that vision and you can change what course of events happen that redirects the vision. How do I know? Because I have done live community collective experiments right here from places like things that happen in Haiti, other events that happen on the shore that was about to blow up a whole bunch of ships, a lot of different events that were about to occur. And I did a live quest here and we changed the course of events, so much so that someone from the United Nations was reaching out to have a conversation with me. And that happened. You said, yes, I didn't have it until I was locked in the conversation with the person, which was my ex-husband. Okay. I don't know what that means when you say, I didn't have the vision until I was locked in a conversation with the person, which was my ex-husband. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of energy between the two of you. No doubt. And if you told the person and they didn't want to listen, and if you can go in the vision and you can change the vision for and ask for the request of the greatest good for all to happen. The greatest good for all, that you're asking for the greatest good for all to happen. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Turquoise Thunder, I see your question. It's a couple of questions before you, but I'm going to try to get to your question. I want to make sure Righteous Flame hears that. So go back in the vision. Attempt to change the vision, because what you won't be able to do is to change your soul's free will. And everyone has their own free will. And you may not understand, I may not understand their free will, but everyone has their own free will. Everyone has their own free will. And so that you want. The only thing that can be changed is for him not to go to work that day. No, you can't. You're not going to be able to. That would be his free will choice if he decides to go to work that day. To let him know what you picked up, and you can say it in a way that you had a disturbing vision on it. If it's your very first time of having it, then I would say there may be some validity in it. But I will tell you this, if it is not his time to transition, he will be fine. He will be fine. He will be fine. If it is not his time to transition, listen at me closely. He will be fine. I also, with love, will tell you, you do know you got a little bit of obsession thing with this ex of yours in this whole situation, right? I'm just telling you, sis. I'm just telling you. I'm going to need you to find another hobby of learning to love yourself a little bit more, because you still feel like you are responsible for him. And you're not. You're not. You're not responsible for him. Okay? You're not responsible for him. Love him still, of course. Care for him still, of course. Responsible for him? No. And he's not responsible for you, not in that way. So you can tell him, but he's going to be free to make his own decision. A lot of this is clouded with a lot of y'all backstory. And I don't have enough time to go into all of that because it's deep. It's very deep. It's so deep. I'm even trying to figure out why you even tried to have that conversation with him. But I know why you had it. I know why you had it. I do. I feel you. I feel you. I know why you had the conversation with him. But I'm just letting you know. Try to find something else to channel all of this beautiful, gorgeous energy into. Beautiful, gorgeous energy into. Yeah. Okay. All right. Who had another question? I want to go because where is the person I told him to pipe down? But somebody else had another question prior. I'm trying to get y'all questions. Let me just put questions in here. If you put a Q and a question, then I can get it. Okay. I don't know if that's the most recent question or not. I don't know. But that's the question I came up with. Let me come back down. Are we all still here? Who's still here? Y'all just got real quiet on me. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we still in this piece. Over 200 people in this piece. Oh, you ain't serious. You round there, you round there talking about something else. Not you, righteous flame. I'm talking about earn a bud. Earn a bud talking about how much water on the planet now. You're not serious. Somebody wants to know, okay, you still here, turquoise? Okay. let me go to turquoise because earn a bud is around here talking about how much water on the planet. Okay, I got you. Let me go to turquoise thunder. Okay. The turquoise thunder. Okay, let's see. Okay. Well, I'm glad to know you guys are still here and you're still present. Let me see. Well, water is going to become a big issue on the planet here real soon. So soon we'll all be talking about water and the availability of water. We will be going through a water shortage. We went through a fire. This is the year of fire and water. Remember, I told you guys this in 2024 coming into 2025. And so we will be going through some issues with water. Some places will have too much. Some places will not have enough. Some places will have drinkable water. Other places will not. So that will happen. Let's go to turquoise. My mother left my father when I was 2 or 3. Sorry to hear that. And she transitioned when I was 14. Never had a relationship with her. Just wanted to know how she is, or has she returned for another cycle? She actually has not returned for another cycle here on Earth as of yet. Not yet. She has not returned for another cycle. Typically, souls will wait at least, it used to be 100 years, but I've seen souls come back as early as 30 to 20 years, especially when they're a little older. You understand? Or especially when they was a little older. When they were a little younger, they can come back faster. Younger souls has the ability to reincarnate within a 5 to 20 year window as early as younger souls. But it's not required to come back here. From what I've been told by my guides and other spirits on the other side, you're not required to come back here, and you weren't required to come here. You can come here if you want to, but you're not, no one's forcing you. But your mother has not reincarnated yet. One of the things I see is that your mother had several issues going on with her. One, there was an addiction problem that she eventually fell into, and there was also some mental challenges that she had. She really was an old soul in a new body, and it was difficult for her to cope with life. She was a new soul on the planet, which means she really could not find her fitting ins, how she fit into this world in a body, into this. And she loved you dearly. It just was so hard for her to try to understand who she was. And so now she's learning. She's in observation mode. I even feel like there is a child in the family that she often visits and comes through, and she's able to sort of vicariously live and grow through this child. But I feel like this child has something this world would call a little bit of a challenge. Like maybe the child is autistic or on the spectrum, something like that. I don't know if it's someone in your family that is there, but she's showing me this child that she's with. It could be a friend of the family, but I feel like this is some family ties here that she's sort of coming through. Or this is a child who's late to speak or to talk, but she has nurtured this child. She has loved this child when this child was born into the family's bloodline. And she is there with that child, in essence, really sort of cultivating them and helping them and nourish them. She's always been around you, and even heard you when you would cry out to her. And that really, really kind of broke her heart. But she was such a new soul here. That earth was so foreign to her, like really foreign to her. Being in a body was foreign to her. And it was difficult for her to find her way and just to be here. She just felt like she did not belong here. She just felt like she didn't belong here. Yeah. But she hasn't reincarnated yet. And I'm curious, do you have any children, or are there any children in the family, in your family? Okay. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see. Yeah, y'all have some real interesting stories that I would love for us to dive in. Okay. Okay, you say you feel that. Turquoise thunder. Well, just see how that you have 2 children. Okay, beautiful. Well, she definitely seen your children before they were born and now that they're here. How old are your children, please? Mm-hmm. So yes, your mother has been very impactful. Female, female's the oldest, male is the baby. Okay, beautiful. Well, she has definitely been there for the birth of both of the children and helped them, nurture them as they've come in. Wow. Wow. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. But yes, your mother has always been around you. Always been around you. Always with you. Yeah. 25 and 19. Yeah. Your mother has always been around you and with you. And shouts out to your father for, taking on that responsibility of raising you or, being responsible for you being there. But yeah, your mother she said she just could not, she just did not belong here. She could not settle in. Yeah, yeah. Blessings to you. What did you do 4 years ago? What are y'all talking about? Okay, let me get through the other questions. Someone asked the journal question. I'm trying to get to all the questions. Willem Lynn had a question. Let me see. Okay. He raised me and my 3 sisters. Yes, beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Very powerful story. Very powerful story. I know you probably have talked to your mother every now and again. You don't need to have a memory of her to be connected. Remember, you are half your mother's child. And so, yeah, you can just talk to her. Ask her to show up in your dreams. She will. She will. She really, really will. My grandmother. Let me go back, Crystal Dreams, because I got some other questions. I'm trying to go to. Is Earn a Bud still here? Let me go to this one while we go to Earn a Bud. Let's go to Palms. Okay, why is it so difficult to write things down? I used to have a journal and love writing, but now I won't write. Well, I would say honor the season you're in. Maybe this is not your writing season. Maybe this is in your take action season. Take action season. It's time for you to take action, not for you to write. And so sometimes we do tether between different seasons where we are working on different multisensory abilities. And writing is a multisensory ability, believe it or not. Right now is time for you to take action. You have spent years of doing things. And when you say you no longer write things down, it's not that you can't write things down. I want you to be more present. And this is what Spirit is calling you to do, is to be more present in your day-to-day life. Be more present. Be more in the moment. Live in the moment. See how much you can take up in the moment. Don't worry about writing things down. Worry about, can you be present in the moment? And that's what you're being called to do. This is what Spirit is saying. Can you be present in the moment? Can you be present? Not just writing things down. When I would first started giving readings more than almost 20 years ago, I would tell people they would spend so much time taking notes during the session that they missed the whole session by trying to write notes. Oh, what did you say? Can you repeat that? Can you, you'd have missed the whole magic of the session. There is power in being present. And so right now, just, don't take it as you can't write anymore, because of course you can write. It's your season to be present, because this is where you're going to get your activation. This is where you're going to get your download. And then if you're moved, write it down. But maybe, because I see your whole throat chakra right here. You got a leak in the back of your throat chakra. It's your season to speak more. So pull out your phone and record. So you can't write, record, press record, and record what it is you want to say, because you need to exercise your throat chakra, which I personally feel is one of the most powerful energy centers on the physical body, is the throat chakra. This energy center, it's all communication, internal, external, silence, the body, telepathic, all of that. So you are working on building your communication. And I want you to begin to start working that muscle with your communication. Don't worry about writing it down. Use your voice. You're being called to use your voice. Yeah. Okay, William, your question, Akashic Records. Let me know what you want to know about the Akashic Records, one of my favorite places that I love. Let's talk about it. Going once, going twice. I'm going to go to the next question. Y'all, the chat is moving slow. I'm moving fast. Y'all moving slow. Where y'all at? Y'all still here? Y'all still here? Don't worry, we're going to get them phone lines up. Y'all, I scratched my nose with my phone and it hurts. With my one of my glasses, not these, my shades, and it cut me with these shades that I just love. I guess I got to get rid of them. It's the second time it's happened. Yeah. All right. Okay. I guess William is not still here. So we're going to go to the next question. Where is the next question? Where you at? Earn a bud. Where you at, Earn a bud? Because you was jumping up and down. So I'm going to get your question, Earn a bud. I'm trying to go back and look. Okay. Dun 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 dun. You still hanging out, Turquoise. Listen, I don't know where everybody else went. They must have warped into another dimension, but rest assured, I'm about to get off of here because your girl got work to do. We got a call that I'm going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the call with the Galactic E-Files and everybody who has the Mystic Decoder. We're going to be working with that. So, and then on September the 1st, we are going to be doing the futuristic activation call. So it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. Ain't nobody saying nothing. They gone. They gone. They sleep. They sleep. Okay. All right. Well, all right. Well, all right. Let me get some sparkles. Let's get some sparkles. So this is what I'm going to do. Do me a favor. If you had a question and I didn't get to your question, I want you to screenshot your question. Keep your question. Next time I come on and I take questions, then I will take your question. You will just need to send me the screenshot. But we're going to get ready to get out of here because ain't nobody typing, ain't nobody moving, ain't nobody saying nothing. Yeah, so I'm going to shut it down because it's already like 12:35 in my part of the world. And it was quite a few good questions, but I'm not going to keep strolling up because it's too many to stroll up. So I will get it next time. Yeah. Okay. See, and every time I try to go through questions, it takes me through all the questions, all the way back up to the beginning, from the top to the beginning of it. No, you ain't missed nothing. Don't come in here, Dr. Van, talking about you missed something. You was here listening. We know it. You ain't missed nothing. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. You're so welcome, you guys. This has been fun. William, where you been? I've been talking for the last 20 minutes. Last 20 minutes, William. Ask you the question about the Akashic records. You ain't even say nothing. You're welcome, Divine Empress, and my love to you and the family on your grandmother's going home ceremony. She says she's going to be front and center, honey. She want to see it all. She want to see it all. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Listen, my energy feels so much better now. Oh, you're so welcome, Brittany. Always good to see you, Brittany Vibes. Ms.Blue, the chat must be slow. Yeah, the chat must be slow because where y'all been? Me and Turquoise was the only two up in here. We was trying to figure out where everybody else went. We thought they came and got y'all. We thought the mothership came and picked all of y'all up. He was commenting, chocolate strawberry. I don't know what world he was commenting in because I didn't see it. Griffin, what go on, Griffin? What go on? Because you wasn't here, Griffin. It was only me and Turquoise in here. Me and Turquoise was having personal conversations. Y'all, I don't know where y'all went. Where did y'all go? Where did y'all go? So what's your question, William? You still ain't tell me the question. And you just got home from work, Truth and Chakras. we just leaving work. We just leaving work. I'm leaving work. You got home from work. I'm leaving work. You want to take over? You want to take the ship over? I don't know where y'all chat. And Anubis. All them books you can't give one. What books? What books are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? You was outside. You was outside. Okay, listen. I didn't see Michelle. Where were you at, Michelle? Earthly. Where were you? Earthly. Neither real. Where were you? Where were you? It was just me and Turquoise in here. Turquoise, please tell them. We was like, we don't know where y'all went. I want to know what show be doing now. You want to know what shows? What you mean what you should be doing now? He said to tell him anything you can about his Akashic records. Now, where he put that question at? Do y'all know William? Are y'all trying to take up for William? Huh? You and Brittany asked about psychic intuition. Where's Turquoise? Because see, Turquoise know what was going on for real. I don't know where y'all went, but the only chat that was coming through was Turquoise. And I kept saying, is anybody here? Are y'all still listening? It was just me and Turquoise. That's it. So what is your question? What should you be doing now? I thought you had a question about Akashic records. See, Turquoise said I'm still here. Look at that. He said that a while ago. Yeah, I see the chat jumping now, Truth and Chakras. But I'm trying to figure out where they all was like 10, 15 minutes ago. Because I was just sitting here and nobody was typing but Turquoise. Griffin, nobody. Dinah Maria. None of y'all was up in here. Tasha, none of y'all. Anubis, Brittany Vise. You went into a whole portal. Okay. Well, I hope it was good for y'all. You about to go back outside at 1:30. Okay, listen. Okay. Where you been, Divinity Warrior? YouTube made it disappear. Now y'all see, look at y'all. Now y'all blaming it on YouTube. Oh, Sheila said they went on a cosmic field trip. Now that I believe it was a cosmic field trip. I was typing yes. We were here the whole time. Listen, I didn't see nobody. Betty D. Williams. None of y'all. I ain't see none of y'all. Only person I seen was Turquoise. That's it. Period. Me and Turquoise finished talking. And I said, any more questions? Somebody asked, what books are helpful for psychic intuition? Thank you, Ms.Blue. Ooh. Thank you for that. Holy Hemet or Holly Hemet. I say both. You was reading all the questions. Brittany, where? Brittany, where were you reading these questions? I didn't see it. I didn't see nobody. Nobody. Okay, well, we're going to try to run this again. Let me get William's question. William, you want me to tell you what? William, please put your question in there again. We're going to try this again, boys and girls. We're going to try it again. Let me play my theme music. Maybe that'll get me going here. Let me see.
Tapped in, tuned in, turned all the way on. This ain't just a vibe, it's a freak scene bomb. Ms.Blue in the building, oracle flow, cracking codes of the cosmos. Now you already know. Yeah. Ride the wave, feel the light. It's frequency love tonight. Ms.Blue gon' take you higher, burning truth with sacred fire. This is soul talk. Rebirth from the womb, say it with me. I can alter my course at any time. Yeah. Tap in, turn on. Yo, your higher self already logged in.
All right. And look at Griffin talking about he was painting. Priestess Erica said they was on the magical school bus for a minute. Okay. All right. Let me get the question. As told by Kendra, I did see your question. I'm going to get that question for you. And, well, where is William? Here is William. Can you help me understanding share I'm giving now with my journey? William Lynn, can you help me understand, share? I'm going now. I don't know the question. I don't want you to rush. Yes, you're welcome. But please just write the question for me. And I'm going to answer your question, William Lynn. But I need you to really give me the question. Take your time and write it. Put it back in the chat. Let me see the question. Take your time and write it. Because I just take your time. Take your time. Write the question. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, y'all like my intro. Thank you. I think the chat stopped again. Time for bed. No, the chat ain't stopped. The chat is still going. Smoking good trees this late, dozing off. I got you crying. I listen. Y'all asking the oracle to do too much. I already got to translate from spirits on the other side. Now, okay, here we go. Okay. All right, here we go. Help me understand my journey now. I am 62 years old. Whew. I got it. I got it. I got it. Ooh, I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. So I take it your question, William, is not about the Akashic records, but it is about the Akashic records. And if you want to know about your journey now at 62, two things I want you to understand. If you think about the vibration of the number 6, that number 6 is about nurturing. It's about family. It's about legacy. It's about life. That number 6 speaks to all of that energy. And coming at a time where you're just coming into the place where you have gone through some changes in your life. That number 2 is really about cooperation. It's about things coming together for you. It's about partnership and fulfillment. So your question right now about what should you be doing or helping you to understand your journey now at 62, it really is about what's in your heart. What is the legacy that you want to leave? What is that legacy for you? Not to say that your life is coming to an end, because it's not. But this is clearly a closing chapter in your life of where you're at. And so now it's time for you to dedicate yourself to something that is meaningful, that is soulful, that is something that lights you up. It's time to rediscover who you are. Because prior to right now, there's been a lot of changes in the last 5 years. One of the things I want you to pay extra close attention to and make sure that you are taking care of this for yourself has everything to do with your health. Your health is front and center, and not because you're 62, because this is front and center for you. The other thing is this is a wealth cycle for you. So whatever you can put your attention into and your heart, it's something that you really feel connected to. This is something that will grow. This is something that will grow in great wealth and prosperity for you during this cycle. But it has to be something that you truly enjoy and love doing. If you love doing it, this is something that will take you into the next journey of your life because you've stepped into a new era. I am caring for my grandmothers and just located my 4th great grandmother that had not been found before. Well, congratulations, you are connecting. So you see that nurturing, family, legacy, all of that is there. And this is a wonderful time for you in your life. 62 is the new 42. Age ain't nothing but a number. Don't shoot the messenger. It's a true statement. It's a true statement. And so what's next for you is, what is your spirit calling you to? And I want you to really begin to think about that in terms of legacy, in terms of family, in terms of partnership, in terms of joy, of bringing more joy in your life, because I feel like you don't have enough joy in your life. And then also, taking care of your health. Like really making sure you leave enough time to take care of your health, of who you are and your health. And congratulations on bringing this energy together. I'm not surprised, because your vibration right now speaks of family. It speaks of legacy. It speaks of, the family nurturing unit. Struggling with my daughters. Well, is it really struggling? Or are they trying to find their own way? Are you struggling? Or are they trying to find their own way? Remember, nurturing, caring for people doesn't equate to controlling. They still have a right to have their own free will. And so it's going to be important while you're taking care of, who is it? Your mother, your grandmother, while you found your fourth generation grandmother, while you're finding all these family things, that you make sure you're nurturing, you're loving, and you're taking care of yourself as well. And that's going to be key for you, is your health, because that's where a big part of your wealth is going to get activated. It's going to get activated from. Yeah. So there you go. Thank you for your patience. I'm glad you understood, and congratulations. And you're very loving. Very loving, very caring. And your daughters have reaped the benefit and knowledge of what you've given them. And so now it's time for you to allow them to show you what you have poured into them, because it's there. And they're able to make their own decisions, to carve their own way, and trust that the love and guidance you've given them, that they understand that, not with a heavy hand, but with love and guidance, that you remind them of who they are, not who you say they are, but who they are. Yeah. There you go. All right. Thank you. Let me go back up, because I done missed a lot of questions. I don't know what kind of magical school bus you guys were on. Spiritual advice dealing with the person I'm dealing with, and how to deal with the past regrets. What? What kind of question is that, Chocolate Strawberry? Any advice for dealing with the person I'm dealing with, and how to deal with past regrets? Sometimes I think, y'all, sometimes I'm just waiting on somebody to come around the corner and say, you just got punked. Is that a real question for me? Or y'all was just, had to cut the cord from my mama. You had to cut the cord from your mama? Mamas is always gonna love. We always gonna be mamas. Sometimes parents just aren't fair. I tell my kids that all the time. Just know, as a child, sometimes parents were not going to be fair. We're just not. We're just not. Just understand that. Don't get all twisted. Just understand, as a parent, we ain't going to be fair. You talking about my most precious cargo in this whole world? I'm not getting ready to be fair. I ain't finna be fair about nothing. Shouts out to all the parents in the building. We not getting ready to be fair. You asking me to be fair with something? Is you for real? I'm not fixing to be fair. No, I ain't finna be fair. Let me see. I am supposed to be learning a lesson right now in my 15 years of marriage. A part of me wants to keep trying, but another part of me says I should call it quits. I love my mama. I'm her only son, but she smothers me. Of course. Just give her smother time and then keep it moving. That's what my son does to me and my daughter. Because we not fixing to be fair. We just are not getting ready to be fair. So just, if you can give it to her every 3 or 4 months, she's going to be good. Just be consistent with her. Let me smother you. And then you can go do your own thing after that. But we not fixing to be fair. That's not going to happen. I gave up on that. We ain't going to be fair. I tried it. It didn't work. I just need a little time. That's it. Couldn't join earlier doing my performance, but I'm glad you're still. Hey, Dinner with Jesus. You should have been in here earlier. Somebody was calling for Jesus. The tone of attunement. Listen. Okay, good. Y'all ain't gonna punk me. Okay. I see my adult children evolving life choices. They are appreciative of the love and lessons from the past. We had another healing moment. Absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can't cut your mama off. Don't do that. Don't cut your mama or your daddy off. Don't cut them off. Not when it's good. But I'm just telling you, we not gonna be fair. So just give her her time. And when she knows, my son knows, it can only be so long before we here. Or I'm coming wherever you are in this world. I'm showing up. I'm on the spot. They know I need that. Just be consistent with it. Because we not going to be fair. We ain't going to be fair. I mean, because is you cool? Yes, I can see that. That's right. We ain't cool. We ain't going to do that. We ain't going to be fair. Okay, let me get back to the question. See, you get to talking about the children. We do that. Okay, wait. Okay, let's go to this one. This is a good, juicy one. I think we can take this one. Mark says, am I supposed to be learning a lesson right now in my 15 years of marriage? A part of me wants to keep trying, but another part of me says, call it quits. Whew, Mark, listen. This is what I would say. Hey, Chloe. I ain't seen Chloe in a minute. How you doing, Chloe? This is what I will tell you. You should be learning something all the time in your relationships. But if you're trying to tell us that 15 years, Mark, you've been wanting to get out of this relationship, then I think you need to have some serious conversations with yourself first, not with her, but with yourself. You need to have some serious conversations with yourself and find out what is it that you want and desire in this relationship, and why are you still here? One question to ask yourself: if you can see yourself waking up without this person in your life, then you have your answer. But if somehow you still cannot see yourself without having this person connected to you, then that's an indication that you two need to have better communication, and it needs to be buffers to be put in place. Relationships sometimes are not fair. Speaking of fair, there may be years where the person has to put up with you growing and they may not be growing, or vice versa. And so you have to have that flexibility to say that, is it worth growing with this person? Because sometimes we think that because we're in a relationship with a person, that they should experience what we're experiencing and we should be experiencing it at real time. But that's not always applicable. Sometimes what happens is one person is at a growth spurt and the other person is not. And then there may come a different area where you're not at a growth spurt and that person is. So relationships are not about always agreeing, always seeing things exactly the same. But I think at its core and its essence, everybody deserves to be happy. And so it's time to have some serious self-conversations. We are about to enter eclipse season, and it will shine light on what it is, how you're participating in what is happening. Because often we don't see ourselves as a participant. We see ourselves as this other person, what they're not doing, how they're making you feel, what they're not contributing to. And we don't see how we're participating in that at a grand scale. So take a step back and look at yourself. Look at yourself. Look at how you're seeing your partner, how you're perceiving your partner, how you're thinking about your partner, because all of that goes into play before you make an action, before you smile at the person, before you say good morning, good night, good afternoon, before you talk to that person. All of these thoughts that you have in your mind is what is energy is being projected out. And a lot of times that energy is being reflected back. And so I would say give yourself time to really evaluate what is happening and what is really going on. And do I need to exit? Is it time that this relationship is over? Or is there still something here that we can build upon? But the first line of communication has to come from you. And that's where I think you have the missing piece. Because if you were having the conversation and communication with yourself, you would already know your answer. And that's how I know you haven't explored within yourself. You're looking at what this person is not doing and what has not been done and what's being done to you, instead of looking at yourself, not from a position of judgment, but really, what are some of the things that I can change? And sometimes it's energetic. Sometimes it's before you approach that person. Sometimes it's before you speak to your partner. Sometimes it's all of those conversations that you are having in here, and that energy is coming out. I can tell that these years may not be exactly where you want them to be right now. But baby, if we go back about 8 or 9 years, the tables were really turned on a lot of things that are happening. And so you have to make an allowance for that. I'm not a big fan of just throwing away people. I think we do that too recklessly. Yes, we deserve to be happy. They deserve to be happy. But sometimes what's making us unhappy has nothing to do with the person we're in the relationship with. It has to do with all the other shit outside of the relationship. Doesn't have anything to do with the person in the relationship. So I would say just take your time and self-evaluate first. See where you can make some adjustments. Because if you're questioning, should I go, should I stay, you're not ready to go. That's just what I see. And if you look at the whole relationship, not just little pockets, that's kind of like social media. You go into somebody's feed and they are on vacation, they are on the beach and they doing this and you think they live in this fabulous life, but you're only seeing snapshots of their life. You're not seeing the time they were homeless. You're not seeing the time when they were struggling. You're not seeing how they had to beg, borrow, and steal to get that money. You're not seeing all the things they had to do to show up in that picture perfect portrait to make you feel as though everything is wonderful when it simply is not. So don't rush to your own judgment. And I see you over there looking at greener grass on the other side. And I'm just going to tell you, listen, if I had a penny for everybody who ran to the other side because they thought the grass was greener somewhere else. Now, don't get me wrong. There is greener grass, but it ain't going to be somebody else's grass. It's going to be your own grass you build for yourself. But if you're looking at somebody else's grass and you comparing it to your grass and you keep hopping over there to their grass, you're going to realize how that grass got all tore up. That shit going to get tore up because the person that's coming from this grass to that grass is still you. It's still you. So I'm just saying, just take it all in. Maybe what you're looking for, you're looking in the wrong place for. You're looking for the wrong person to give it to you. You think she's supposed to give it to you when in fact you're supposed to give it to yourself. Maybe your struggles, your problems are not her fault. It's your fault. Bad choices, bad decisions, listening to everybody in your ear. Maybe. So there you go. Sending you so much love. And see what happens through this eclipse season because it's going to shine the light for both of you. And that way you can work some things out. It's going to shine that light. Don't worry. It'll shine it. Ooh, not daughter from Hannah. What happened? My son's father and I met at a spiritual retreat, and now we're having the most low vibrational dynamic. Any advice? Wait, my son's father. Maybe I'm not reading it right. Am I not reading it? Am I not reading this question right? Let me go back. Maybe I'm not even supposed to be on your question. Hold on. Hold that thought. Let me see if I missed somebody. I think I might have missed somebody. My mother told me the closest angel you'll have in this world is your mother. And I didn't get that until I got into the real world and saying that monsters really do exist. That's true. You had a beautiful mother. And as much as I am a beautiful mother, all mothers are not angels. But I'm glad you had an angel. I had an angel, but everybody's mother is not an angel. But I understand what she's saying. And don't try to come from me, mamas and sisters. Okay, let me get this. Let me get this one because Crystal been asking about her grandmother. My grandmother transitioned on August the 9th. I am so sorry to hear that. Is she okay? And does she have any messages for me? I don't know. I don't know if she has a message for you just yet. Number one, she's doing fine. She's doing fine. She was a little scared at first, but she's fine. I don't know why I'm feeling you and the other sister, Divine Empress, like they might have went around the same portal. Because your grandmother, you know, she is doing fine. She really is doing fine. And her message for you. Wait a minute. Is there somebody going to school? Are you taking a class? Are you going to school? She's mentioning something about school or something about some sort of class or some sort of learning, something to do with school, something to do with learning. Are you in school, going to school? Let me know. And who brother? Who's getting bamboozled by your brother? Who's your brother? She said, y'all will be sitting somewhere real messed up about it. Don't get bamboozled by my brother. Who's your brother? You know what? I can't. I don't even know. I'm lost in chat. But let me see if the person, I don't know if it's sister or brother, asked the question. No, I'm homeschooling my daughter. Well, your mother is mentioning something about school and about books, and she's very excited. Could this be the homeschool she's excited about? I'm going to say yes, because she's showing me all these books and all these supplies, and like it's a table and it's got all these papers and all these books and art supplies and things on it. And she's showing me this table. And she's very excited for this journey. Are you starting to homeschool your daughter? Is this like a new endeavor for your daughter or for you? Because she's very excited about this school and these books. So very, 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 very. Oh. Very, very excited about it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me know. Let me know. I'm going to wait because chat seems to be moving slow again. Hoo. How many people are still here? It's like 180 something of you guys. My second year, but I've started back reading a lot of books. Well, your mother is excited about this year. Something about this year is different. Something about this year and you homeschooling is going to be completely different. And she's very, very excited about it. She's very, very excited about it. She's excited about it. Very excited about it. And she's there with you every single day. And yeah. And she's holding a check. So some sort of unexpected money will be coming your way. Something pretty big is going to be coming your way. Something unexpected, something, no pun intended, out of the blue is going to be coming your way. Some sort of money, like a large sum of money. Something. And it's going to allow you to do something different with this whole homeschooling thing, a vision you might have had, or something you want to do with that. But she's very excited. She took me to the table. It's a lot of books, a lot of papers, a lot of supplies, like someone going back to school. And she's holding up this check. She's holding up this check with this money. And she's saying, be responsible, because I feel like something happened before and maybe you felt like you wasn't responsible with the money you got. And so she's saying this time, definitely make sure that you are responsible for the money that you get this time, to be responsible for the money. Yeah. We got that. And then I want to go, I don't even know what y'all was talking about. I'm going to go to the next question. Go to this one. My son's father and I met at a spiritual retreat, and now we're having the most vibrational dynamic. Any advice on how to successfully co-parent? Co-parenting can be challenging. And yet again, this is what I want to say to you. Unfortunately, the person you had the child with is very manipulative. And so I would encourage you to not use your child as a pawn in this game. And know that they are going to do everything in their power to manipulate the situation. Because unfortunately, that's a part of this person's nature. And so you have to have clear boundaries, clear lines. Things need to be written out and witnessed. And make sure that there is a clear understanding on this whole, how this co-parenting is going to work. Yeah. That's what I would say to you. Yeah. It's unfortunate. It doesn't mean because somebody you meet at a spiritual retreat that things will always be perfect. Relationships sometimes can be complicated on both ends. I don't see it all his side and I don't see it all your side. Both of you have done, both of y'all have done your share of doing to one another. And you both came into the relationship for very halfway selfish reasons. And both of you were in a very vulnerable state. Not just him, not just you. You both were in a very vulnerable state. And so you have this beautiful child together. And what I would tell you, and this isn't advice, is to make sure you don't allow your child to become a chess piece between getting back at one another. And so do what's best for the child and leave it at that. That's how you're going to do it. Respect him as his father and don't let your child become a chess piece, because in most cases, that's what ends up happening. The child becomes a pawn in this chess game. Yeah. Okay. All right. Lots of trauma bombing, but it's okay. We have to do the work. Absolutely. We do. We got to do the work. We got to do the work, y'all. We got to do the work. We got to do the work. We got to do the work. Work. What Riri say? Riri say work. Dun, 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 dun. I think we're about to get out of here. What are y'all talking about? Y'all got about 80 conversations going on. You and your fiance would love to live abroad. What are some of the pitfalls to look out for? You are abroad. So often you don't have a support system. I think it can be a beautiful thing if you have things in place. I think it is. I think it is. It can be a beautiful thing. Now, one of the things I will tell you, there is going to be some very major shifts when it comes to transportation, and a lot of places are not going to be flying to the US or have limited flights to the US. So when you think you're going to pop out and pop off and pop back in, that may not happen exactly as you think it's going to happen. It might not, just might not happen. You might get stuck somewhere. You might want to be abroad and you may have to stay abroad. That could be a possibility. Okay, let me get as told by Kendra, because she really has been waiting. I don't know where y'all been. Hi, Kendra. Kendra says, I'm going through a year of what I'm calling yin and yang, a year of balancing the scales within. Okay. Within me, with this being the year of the number 9, any advice on endings and beginnings? Well, I don't give advice, but let me tell you this. I'll give you a little spiritual counsel. First thing I want you to know is that everyone is going through this year of 9. Everyone, the whole world, everybody. Endings and beginnings. And so if you're going through your personal year, I don't have your numerology or your birthday numbers, but if you're going through this personal year of endings and beginnings, this is what I want to tell you of balancing out the scales within. Let me do a scan on you, Kendra, because I feel like you spun me around the block a little bit. I don't like to spin around the block. I don't like that. Let me look at this. Let me run some energy frequency on you real quick. Let me see something. Oh, it's 222. Oh, I love it. Okay. All right, Kendra. So here's what I'm going to tell you. What's happening right now? It is endings coming up for you. As far as the work you do right now, you're kind of caught in between, not sure what direction to go in. And balancing out the yin and yang energy within you, I don't really get that. Here's what I'm going to tell you. It's more about you learning how to love yourself. Like really love yourself. I'm not talking about on the surface, taking care of yourself, looking good. I'm talking about really pouring in and loving yourself and giving yourself a chance. Your number one lesson is you have to be okay with changing your mind, because you often don't give yourself permission to change your mind. And you need to give yourself permission. It's okay to say, I thought this was a yes, but it's really a no for me now. I thought this was a no, but guess what? I think this could be a yes for me. You're finding your way. You're starting to learn what it means to be free enough to say, I no longer want this, or I actually want to do this, and to go for it for real. No shortcuts, no second guessing yourself, because you do a lot of second guessing yourself. And then unfortunately, you'll let a lot of people get in your ear and you will start to second guess yourself. No second guessing yourself. I'm talking about be all in on Kendra. If that's what you want to do, you got to do it. You got to do it even if nobody is watching. You got to do it even if nobody shows up but Kendra. And that's what you have a problem with. Too much of letting the outside influence your inside. So what's happening right now is you're going back to the drawing board and you're having to tear down everything that you built. And it's okay to start over. It's okay to try again. I feel like it's a whole new clean slate that's coming in. And that clean slate has to do with how you think about things and how you do things. You already know when you're on point, you're on point. When you get something and you lock in and you get focused, you're going to go for it. But I don't know, like over these last couple of years, you don't have that same kind of drive. Like you've allowed watching other people's story to taint your own story, your own message about who you are, what you're capable of. You gotta drown that noise out and you gotta hone back in on you. So this isn't so much about learning how to balance. You know how to balance when you're not looking at someone else, when you're not chasing someone else. You know how to balance. That's not your issue. Your issue is to give yourself permission to know this is not working. I have to stop and I need to, lessen the damage I'm causing by just keep going and going and going when it's not working. Stop long enough. You will get the message. You will get the order. You will get source orders from the divine source, the Most High, that will tell you what your next step is. What your next step is. You're not waiting on someone to come give you permission to do what you already do. You see, you already know. You have to stop long enough so that you can receive it good enough and then move on it. It's okay to say, I thought this was going to be it. And I know this is the 100th thing I thought was it, but this ain't it. This is it. And I need you to go for it. But you have to stay still long enough so you can get the whole download, not just fragments of it. And then you have to turn your lens inward. Inward. Focus on building a foundation of loving yourself. Front and center that's coming up for you has absolutely everything to do with two things. Your health, that's number one. Your health. And that other thing, I ain't going to talk about that relationship thing that keep going on and off. Those two things. That's where your focus needs to be. And to decide what you're going to do about both of them. But don't study long, or as somebody say, you will study wrong. Don't study long. It's time to know where to take action at. There's places in your life you have to take action. And then there's places in your life where you have to stop taking action. But you have to turn the lens in. Stop looking out here, what they doing and that one's doing and that one's doing. And you got to go in because you get the downloads. They come in clear. They come in very clear. They come in untainted. They come in clear. You have to move. When you get that action, you can't hesitate. You need to move on it. And then, lastly, you have to be brave enough to learn how to say no. And your problem is, Kendra, you don't know how to tell certain people no. And that's what got you a little twisted, my sister. You got to know when to tell people, no, I'm not doing that. That's not for me. Find somebody else. That's it, because you're worth it. So there you go. There you go. There you go. Hmm. Whew, y'all trying to drop some heavy questions. How long I've been up here? 4 hours? I know you lying. I'm about to go. I'm about to go to bed. 4 hours. This is what I want y'all to do. Okay, as told by Kendra. Kendra said, understood. Thank you, Ms. Blue. You're welcome. Yep. So that's it. That's it. I know you got this. That's it. You just waiting on orders. That's it. We not rushing. We not desperate. We not any of that in these cosmic streets. We're waiting on orders. Because when you get them orders from the Most High, they clear. Them orders are good. They'll take you into any dimension you need to go into. You ain't got to worry about it. And nobody ain't got to go with you. It does not require that you have a chaperone to go in where you getting ready to be invited. So don't try to force yourself somewhere you don't belong. I promise you, it ain't worth it. It is not worth it. But I'm about to go, y'all. I'm about to go. That's right. Putting in that work. I'm telling you. And I didn't even get to all of y'all questions because some of y'all had some good questions about visions, dreams. Let me get this one. What was your question about your mama not helping you in the dream? You was lost. Your mama knew you was lost and she wasn't helping you. What is that about? Was that your dream? Dr. Van Van said, night, night, Ms. Blue. I know that's right. Thank you, Dr. Van Van. Somebody want me to go get some rest. I got to go get some rest. I got a busy weekend ahead of me. Lots of things going on. Lots of beautiful things going on, no doubt. But lots of things. We got a call in a couple of hours. Yes, that was you. Put your question up there, dear. I'm going to get your question because you've waited so patiently. Not that the rest of y'all haven't waited patiently, but do me a favor. Can we run the numbers up? Can we like and subscribe? Because I know you guys are watching. Some of y'all ain't subscribed. Let me look at my subscribe button. Let me see. Let me find out that y'all sitting around here. Let me find out. They told me last month I had 46,000 people watch my channel. I ain't got 46 subscribers. What it do? I'm going to start getting like the rest of these YouTubers out here. I'm going to start telling y'all, subscribe. Okay, one of y'all subscribed. One of y'all subscribed. No, it's been more, y'all, but like and subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed. Turn your notification bells on. Okay, and don't forget about the 7-day free challenge. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, follow me on Instagram at Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle, and you can do that challenge for free. You can definitely do that challenge for free. So where's your question? Where's your question, love? Let me see. Here it is. Okay, here it is. I had 2 dreams where I was stranded in danger and my mother wouldn't help get us, including my son, out of danger. A lot of things are being released. A lot of things are being released at this time. And so what I'm going to tell you is I am not picking up, at least from what I'm picking up, this is not a prophetic dream. This is a dream of releasing some of these hidden things about things that happen. Of course, the relationship between you and your mother. You understand? You and your mother. Between you and your mother. And these are things that you have worked on. These are things that you have had your come together moment on. And you have made peace with. And these things are coming to the surface to be released. And so what's important more than the dream is how did you feel about it? You know, how did you feel about this dream? Because it's going to let you know how you really stand about things in the past when your mother, you felt like, was there to protect. She was there to nurture you, to help you, and she didn't. Because this is what's coming to the surface. And we will have this throughout this whole entire week. And so we all can know. If you've done the work, then know that it's coming up, because maybe there's just one more level to clear with this energy. One more level to clear of this energy. Just to clear this level. There's just one more level to clear of how you feel about it. Not to make wrongs right. Remember, forgiveness is about ourselves. It's an opportunity to forward give, giving our future self an opportunity to move forward. That's what forgiveness is really about. Okay? And it's not you against your mother, even though that was a part of your early story, is you wanted to prove you are a better mother than your mother. No one never wins that battle, right? It's an unnecessary war. And so just take that self-reflection and allow it to ease on by and see how you honestly feel about it. And remind yourself that at one time you felt that way. You no longer felt that way. Remember, everyone is always doing the very best that they can with what they know and understand at that moment. But this was just some residuals coming to the top, releasing itself, because we're all going to get recalibrated again. And that's what this eclipse season is about. So don't let it trick you into thinking you haven't done the work, because you've done the work. It's just now for the final release. The final release. And so we may have a lot of fluids going through our bodies. And so those of us, we need to stay hydrated. We need to keep drinking water. We need to keep doing all of these things. There go the veiled goddess. Ms.Blue, how long have you been on, huh? I saw you were live a few hours ago, and I told myself I was going to catch the replay, and you still on here. Listen, I'm about to get out of here right now. Shouts out to the veiled goddess. I don't have my fingers yet. I'm going to have to show you. This sister makes some incredible magical tools. You got to check her out. So that's what the dreams are about. It's just kind of reminding you of this energy. Just let it float on by. Bless it. Be thankful for the healing that has taken place within you, the amazing and loving mother that you are, and thankful for the lessons that you learned through your childhood, and recognize that your mother was doing the very best that she could with what she knew that she could at this time. Yeah. So that's it, soul family. We about to get out of here for real, for real, for real. I love you all so much. I'm about to lose my voice. I got to talk all weekend long. I'm talking about Saturday and Sunday, which I'm excited to do. And then even into Monday. Okay, you emailed me your question. Thank you for that, Divinity Warrior. And what you emailed me because I didn't get to your question. I did tell y'all to do that, but I need y'all to keep those questions. Keep those questions for me. Y'all keep those questions. I'm looking at all of y'all who done email me. You know what? I'm going to answer this question. Okay, because I'm going to quantify this. Somebody said, Ms.Blue, I'm watching you, and I must ask, what or which dimension are you in? You said the North is going into their spring, the Northern Hemisphere. We in the Western Hemisphere, right? We going into winter, fall. The Northern Hemisphere is going into spring and summer, right? 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 Somebody said, thanks, Ms.Blue and the team. I love that. Thank you too, sweetie. So yeah, I was talking about the Northern Hemisphere. That's what I was talking about. Because we have people in the northern hemisphere here. We can't just be talking about what we got going on. We got to talk about what all of us got going on. So I just wanted to give them a little love too, because they be showing up. They be showing up and showing out. Yeah, they be showing up and showing out. I love you all so much. Leave your takeaways in the comment section. Let's do this. If you're still here, I want you to comment. Let's do the sun sign. Y'all see the sun sign up there? See the sun sign? Do the sun sign or, yeah, do the sun sign. Let's do the sun sign if you're still here and put your takeaway. List the next classes. Yes, the next classes are coming for 43 FAK. I don't even know how to say that. But I love you all. I love you all so much. This has been fun. I just kind of wanted something lighthearted. You know, the moon is in Scorpio, but I wanted us to get real and just kind of, you know, connect with one another in the way. I like that. I like that little logo right there. Y'all got some good logo. Can you put your email in the chat? Yes, I will. Yeah, the Galactic E-Files, the Mystic Decoder. The call is tomorrow. Be there or be square. No, I'm just joking. Just be there. Be there early because seats are limited. That's my email. And it's also in the what do you call it? Is it the bio? The link? It's there. Oh, that's Felicia. Hey, Felicia. Because I seen that FAK. Y'all know how I am with them acronyms. I'll tear it up. You're going to join the next class? Listen, we have a good time in class. We have a good time. We have a good time. We have a good time anytime we get together. You know, anytime we get together. Anastasia, where you been? Yes, Anastasia, you've been out in these cosmic streets. We got to watch you. We got to watch you. You came over here, got your little fame, blew up, and you done left us. You left us. We don't see you no more. Talking about I'm late as SF. I'm going to catch the next one. Yeah, we got to watch you, Anastasia. Yeah, don't think I don't know what's going on, Anastasia. I know what's going on now. Oh, you was at work. Well, Crystal Anderson, good to see you, Crystal. Crystal, listen, Crystal. Listen, Crystal. I've been here for 4 hours, Crystal. As much as I would love to keep going, I can't. So come back and visit us. Come back and visit us. You guys make sure you like and subscribe. Well, I'm glad you've been doing the Mystic Decoder. We're going to listen to some vibes. We're going to get out of here. I love you all so much. Y'all have a wonderful morning, night, afternoon, evening. Let's get out of here. And one day, this is what I'm working on. I'm working on us doing an hour show. That's what I'm working on. An hour show. That's what I gotta work on. I gotta work on how to come on. This is what Baby Blue told me, my daughter. You do an hour, max hour, 30 minutes, get off. I haven't been able to do it in like 16, 17 years, but I'm going to give it all I got. I'm going to give it all I got. Tonight was more of a chat and chill, and I love that for us. But I'm going to give it all I got. I'm going to see. We're going to see if Ms. Blue can do an hour show. Just come on. And then we go. We really need our space. And I'm working on that so we can have our space so we can do all of this. Because I don't know if the world is ready for all of this. Most people make you pay for all of this. They don't let you get it. But I give it because I love you guys and I know you love me. You go hard for me. I go hard for you. So I love it. That would feel like 5 minutes. That's what I said. It would feel like 5 minutes. You guys love the long shows. Listen, I love it too. But I have been advised by my daughter Don't do it. I need to know about my brother and my dad, please, and my mom, if possible. Well, come back, Crystal, because there's a line of people before you. And as much as I would like to hop in there and do it for you, I can't. I can't. I got your other brothers and sisters. They waiting too. So save that question. And next time I'm live, make sure you subscribe and come back. And I thank you so much for the super chat donation. I love that for us. I do. I do. I know, Brittany, that would go by so quick. So quick. There you go. She said, good night. Farmer said, good night, Ms. Blue. Good night. It's been in and out tonight, but it's been a great show. What's been in and out, King Corey? You've been in and out. Okay. Baby Blue knows best. That's right. That's what she told me. She said, Mom, all of this 5-hour, 6-hour marathon, no. You are not Kai Sanat. You do not stream overnight. You need to get in and you need to get out. Thank you. Brittany said, I'm going to keep a timer next time and let you know when you hit that hour mark. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So y'all make sure, I just want you to know, 46,000 of you was on the channel, but 46,000 of you is not subscribed. And I'm trying to figure out why. Call your friends, call your kids, your cousins, your aunties, and your mamas. Get your devices and subscribe. Thank you, Mark. I'm going to get some rest. Let me go. Let me play this music and we're going to get out of here. Let's see what we're going to listen to. We'll listen to this. We're going to listen to this and then we're going to get out of here. I love you all so much. Peace and love. Ciao.
What could he do for me? I told him that my love is free. But can you match me? I can do it all for myself. Want you but really don't need help. So can you match me? I like luxury. I like fancy things. Shine on my body. Live like royalty. Treat you like a king. If I trust, but you must be worthy of the crown. I'm not just anybody, born to live in luxury. La 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 la. La 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 la. Lux. La 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 la. La 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 la. I'm serving rich Auntie Chloe B. I know my job is a blessing, but if you pay me. Rocks on my wrist, fur on my feet, setting the table in all the chic, baby.